Hello, hello. Happy Sunday. Sunday evening. For those of us who have to work on Monday morning, this is our chill time. And I need it. Drinking my coffee that I did not get this morning because of running like crazy. Yesterday we were supposed to go donate blood, and I had a meeting at 11:30 that was supposed to be over at 12:30, and it got done closer to 2 to between 2 and 2:30 by the time we wrapped everything up, which meant I was unable to give blood yesterday because the blood place closed at 2 o'clock. So Topher and I went and did part of the errands yesterday and decided to get up this morning and do the rest of them. So we got up this morning, left here about 11:30ish. Went and grabbed something to eat and drink and went on to give blood. And it's really cool because the place we go give blood, they always give you something. And this time they gave us ball caps that say that we're blood donors. Usually we get cool t-shirts. One time they gave like a little blanket that you would use like on the sofa, one of the smaller blankets. Hi, Diana. Hi, Marcia, since we were already talking. And and so we went in and gave blood, no problem. Topher and I did. Topher is an avid blood donor. I like to donate because I am O positive, so I am a universal positive donor. Um, so I benefit a lot of people with my blood. And for years, I could not donate blood because of my time I spent over in England, which was during the mad cow era. And they had no way of testing if I was a carrier. I mean, they could see if I had it or not. Either I have it or I don't. But there was no way to test to see if I carried what caused the issues. So, hi, Elizabeth. So they just pushed me to the side and wouldn't let me donate. And then there was also the provision of um, if you're epileptic or seizure prone and you've had seizures within a certain amount of time, you could not. And that time was less than what my frequency of seizures was at the time. So for a long time, I could not donate. And we go to Dragon Con every year, which is a major sci-fi convention in Atlanta. And they do a major blood drive there. So we were there and the lady came up and I said, I can't. And she said, why? And I said, mad cow. And she goes, they changed the questionnaire. You can give blood now. And so I happily marched myself over and gave blood for the first time. That was a couple of years ago. This year, this Labor Day weekend, when I go to Dragon Con, will be my third year giving blood there. But Life South is the company we go through, and there is a Life South not far here from the house. So when they send us emails saying, hey, it's time, Topher and I stroll on down and give blood. Jeff does when he can. He is A negative. So he's a wanted blood type as well. And he usually does what they call double reds. Oh, yeah, there's a few things that rule you out, that rule people out. You is in the empirical you, not the specific. But right now, You know, Topher and I are blessed, and my husband Jeff, we're all blessed that we can donate blood. Lily cannot for a couple of reasons. I don't know if Ollie's ready yet. Ollie has a big fear of needles, and I don't know that Ollie will be able to handle it. So I went to the secondhand store today and bought some organizers and was able to organize my section a little bit better, where my cutting tools that I use, like these, I found this neat. It has 4 sections going up that are angled, and it's supposed to be for pencils, but my tools fit in it perfectly. And so now those tools take up like a third of the space that they used to take up, footprint wise, because instead of being in 3 of these containers across the table, they're in a container the same size as this, but it goes up. And then I bought some little basket things that sit behind this table in front of my monitor that's over here. And that way I could stand up certain things in them. So I have one section that's just my glues, my smaller glues, not my big glues. I have one that has the little nails in it, one that has my little pokey things in it. You can see my Band-Aid where they stuck me. I can still see the discoloration on my skin where they cleaned me. So, but yeah, I did some reorganization and have it where I can keep, like, I've got this that I started working on last night. I have it where it can sit right here, so it's accessible. So if I need something to work on, I can piddle with that. And then I found one of my cutting sets that was given to me. It's a variety of different blades, and the hands are engraved. I've never used them. Be positive is still an important one. Yeah, AB negative is a big one. O negative is the ultimate, because O negative can give to any blood type. It is the absolute universal donor. O is the universal donor of positive blood. So if someone that has positive blood needs blood, and they have a choice between O positive or O negative, they're going to give them the O positive. But if someone comes in and needs blood and they have no clue what kind of blood that person needs, they get O negative, because it won't hurt them. So, those with O negative blood are extremely important. If it's humanly possible for them to donate blood, they should. And hope that if they ever need blood, that someone will be there to donate them blood. So yeah. But I worked on the hat yesterday, and we sewed the zipper part on. I like the way it looks. I think it's going to come out looking nice. I like the way this pattern is different from the other one. The other one had a more sloped. It sloped down more earlier and sloped down more. This one to me has a more masculine feel to it, and because of who's getting it, it needs to be more masculine anyway. So, and I measured the thread I had left over, and it's long enough to do this, so this is what I'm going to do. Pull out that extra piece and work on this. Oh, Scully, 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 you're going to have to give up your space. Dude, here, there. Will that work for you? Yeah, you can look up there. Then I got miniature skull. But the red hat's too big for him, I think. My red hat, which was sitting right here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the red hat's too big for him. He could like get swallowed by that hat. But I got the little fella up here. So yeah. I want to think I'm from the other side. I know for some people that won't make sense, but it does to me. It all makes sense to me, so therefore that's the way it needs to be. And I don't know why I feel so tired today. It's probably because I didn't get any coffee this morning like I normally would. Uh-huh. Scully needs to stay down here, huh? But he has a whole family upstairs. And we will not be relocating the skulls to downstairs. I actually went and bought 2 picture frames today. I'm going to try something new with. With my rocks, crystals, and gems, some of the smaller specimens, I put in some of the black square display cases. And today I picked up a couple of picture frames at the secondhand store with ugly pictures in them. They're like the printed on cardboard trash type stuff. The frames are pretty decent. So I'm going to take them apart and see if there's a way to mount those boxes in there, because I can put, just stacks, rows and columns of the smaller specimens. And that way I could put them on display. And put them on the walls. And I can write down their numbers of what they are and everything and put them on the very back. And then those would not be in my major display case. I'm going to have to quit opening my crystals down here. You guys are going to have me having everything down here. Diana's going to want me to keep the huge fluorite sphere down here so she can share it with me. When I get it. Yeah, okay, Diana. Sure. I would say you should not hold your breath on that, because I would not want to be responsible. But I do go to our local secondhand store because sometimes they have some really cool stuff. Some days I walk in there and 90% of it's trash. But they're constantly putting out new stuff. They actually had a line of cars waiting to pull up to the doors to donate today. It is, it is. When she started showing it before she even put the price up, before she said the price, I'd already was ready because I really wanted that. If it would have been almost any other stone, it would not. No, it was the fluorite. That dag blasted fluorite looking at me, and that's what got me. You know, there's always something that looks at you and you have to have it. I'm sitting here trying to get some caffeine in my system. Coffee still is too hot to guzzle. So sip, 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 let it cool as it go. And we went in with purpose today. Topher was rearranging in his room and he wanted some kind of something to put his computer on instead of having it on the desk or on the floor. So we were going in to figure out if they had a table that would be appropriate. They did not have a table, but they did have a 2-drawer file cabinet. So it was the right size, the right height, and it was complete with some of the file folders that go in it. Oh, is it? Are you asking the question or are you telling us? Let's see, weather. They are getting thunderstorms that are likely to end around 8:30. There is a flood advisory. May the swamp get full. May the swamp get for sure. I used the weather. Went to weather.com, and some of the ads that are on there are triggering my computer saying they're phishing attempts. So, yay! It's a good thing his lives are not on Sunday because it'd be hard for him to do a live tonight if he's getting pouring down rain over there. But sweet. I mean, the water will suck up really fast when it stops. But that's when you just dig the trenches down to the swamp. So that all the water drains off down there. Yeah, in the thunderstorms, I can imagine. Ouch. It's the problem is Robbie lives way off the beaten path. He lives off the beaten path. So your normal internet companies, your AT&T and Spectrum and stuff like that, don't reach him. And in order for him to get that, he would have to pay out of pocket for them to do stuff to get it out there. And the neighbors are not going to pitch in for that. They know he needs internet, so they're waiting for him to pay for all that stuff. And so he went a different route, which are basically, it's a satellite type. And when you're doing satellite or dish internet, that's what you deal with. You know, if he buys all the property down there and decides that, you know, screw it, I'm just going to do it, he can pay for them to do the work, which I think it's stupid, but they don't want to do all the work and put out that expense for just maybe 3 pieces of property. And that's what it boils down to. It's not cost efficient to them to run the lines there. Fun. Oops. There we go. Yeah, I had a company from Dish Network contact me one time, way back when I had Dish, about putting in getting the internet through them. And I'm like, will it work the same? Will it work about as good a quality as my satellite TV? And they're like, yes, ma'am, it will. And I'm like, then hell no. Hell to the no. Because we were just having so much problems with Dish Network, dropping signal constantly for no reason. We would have clear skies, no weather at all. Beautiful clear skies. And it would just drop. Well, I hope this rain gives him everything he needs when it comes to water. That it brings his water table up for his wells, because those are important. In addition to filling the swamp up, and making some gators happy that they have big ponds to swim in now. So hopefully they get several inches and fill that pond area. Been through droughts before, they're not fun. Yeah. I just hope none of the gators laid eggs in low-lying areas and then get flooded out. I mean, I know that has happened before. Actually, it doesn't matter because he's not hatching this year. I think he said he wasn't hatching regular gator eggs this year. So it doesn't matter if any of the nest gets flooded out. And as cute as the little gators are, I can understand. I wish I had the knowledge and space and equipment for tanning so that if anything ever happened to any of his, or when he had to euthanize a gator, I could get me a hide and tan it, because I think it would be cool as shit to get a skin from him and tan it and make stuff to sell on his auctions. But I do not wish ill will on any animal. It's just another one of those things that in the event that it has to happen, it would really be cool. Because that's like I already told him, if anything ever happens to Tebow, we will find someone to tan that hide, and I will make Robbie something. If I have to figure out a way to do the tanning myself, Tebow would get tanned. And he's like, oh yeah. And his skull would be saved. And, but if anything ever happened to him, not hoping it, I hope nothing happens to Tebow. I hope he keeps his big hide on the rest of his body for a very long time. I hope he grows up to be a very old gator. May he break the world record for the oldest gator, But I'm a what if kind of person. So that's how my brain thinks. What if something happens to Tebow, Robbie? Then you have to give me his hide. We have to get it tanned so I can make something cool. That's how my brain functions. I know. And I love working with caiman hides. So, and he has all this caiman, and it's like, oh, if only. Because caiman are because they're plentiful, they're easy to farm as far as getting them hatched to raised up to size. They're relatively easy. So they are very popular in the leather industry. Yeah, Tebow's fluffy. Fluffy boy. Fluffy boy. Tebow's a fluffy boy. Yeah. I love me some Tebow. I need to go down when the weather's right, so that get the kids down there when the weather's right so they can see him because when we go down at the wintertime, Tebow's usually not out unless we have a warm winter. Tebow's like, nah, I'm not coming out of the water. I'm going to stay over here in the water where it's 70 degrees and I'm not coming out. Just not happening. And I understand that. If it's cold and you're in the water but you don't feel cold, then stay in the water. Oh, please have enough. Let me see. Oh, yeah, there should be enough. So Topher's now eager to get a job. He has decided that he is going to get a job and help pay the bills around here. And I'm not going to tell him no, because it will give me the greatest opportunity to be able to teach him financial responsibility when he is dealing with his own money and seeing where it goes and how fast it goes. But he's wanting a job. He's wanting to help. And I need to be able to teach him what he needs to know. Teach him all the things they don't teach in school. And my daughter's been in what she called a situationship because neither one of them was ready to call it a relationship. They dated a few times to get to know each other better. And today they discussed it, and he told her he wants a relationship with her, not a situationship. He wants a full-blown relationship. He wants the dating and the stuff like that. So that's kind of cool. Very different from what she's used to. She's not used to someone wanting to date. She's used to people wanting to go all in early on. And this guy's like, no, we don't need to go all in right now. We need time. We need to have discussions. We need to get to know each other. He's like, I need to get to know your kids. Your kids need to get to know me. So it is really cool that he's wanting to take it to that level, but take it slowly to that level, and try to build a future together without trying to do it like right this minute. It is not uncommon in her generation to want to do it now. And so not having that now with her is, and she tried to get out of the car and he locked the door because they were getting out. And she kind of looks at him and he goes, you don't open the door. I open the door for you. Going to the car, he will not unlock the door until he's there to open it for her. He's a gentleman. And that means he is everything she is not used to. I think my thread cutter is dying. No, it's not. I'm going to try to use the thread cutter and see if I can get these to melt well with the thread cutter. I'm going to have to still use the... And I'm going to have to use the lighter. That is not getting hot enough. And lighters are in the second container. Yeah, it's like he didn't want to meet her children until after they had been on a few dates and knew that they wanted to go forward with a relationship, because he doesn't believe in involving children in a relationship until you want to move forward. Very different. Usually people are like, I want to meet your children now kind of attitude. And so, yeah, it's very different for her. He is very different. There, flatness. Flatness. It's just very different from her, from what she's been meeting. She actually doesn't like guys her age because of their attitude. But she took a chance on him anyway. She was actually doing research for a blog on how creepy guys are on these dating apps. So she signs up to these dating apps and waits to get messages from guys. And that, hey, what's up? And then here's my penis. Isn't it pretty? Those kind of guys. So she she's doing a blog thing, and she's been doing research on, how bad it is for on these dating apps. Well, he messages her and didn't do any of the creepy crap that most guys do. He does not have children. He's okay with not having any new children. He is okay with her children. He actually ticks all the crap that she's dealt with before, that she wanted to avoid in a relationship this time. He's like right there, which is weird. So yeah, she's doing this research for this blog, and he's just not like those guys. He actually writes with an intelligent conversation and writes in complete sentences, and started meaningful conversation of, hello, how are you? I'm semi-local to the area. Just real conversations. For a dating app, that's not what she's used to. And after they talked a few times, she told him straight up, she goes, well, you caught me off guard. And she told him why she was on the app. And she goes, but you have me intrigued that you actually communicate with a woman in complete intelligent sentences. You're not about throwing your penis out there for her to see before you've ever met. You're not saying, hey, let's hook up, or telling me what your penis is going to do for me. And he goes, guys do that? That's creepy. And she's like, yeah. And she goes, that's why I was doing this research for this vlog. And he's like, I want to see some of the stuff the guys say. So she starts showing him the stuff the guys say. And he's like, wow, I can't believe guys say this to women, that they don't know. This is weird, And so they just started talking and talking and talking. He goes, you know what? I only live a couple of hours from you. We should meet up and have dinner and just talk. He goes, I don't want you to come to my place. I don't want to come to your place other than to pick you up. You can meet me outside. We go sit down. We have conversation, get to know each other. I take you home. I go home, and we decide if we want to do it again. Yep. And so a few weeks back, they did meet, had conversation, enjoyed time together. He went his way, she went her way. And then he contacted her, and he goes, I enjoyed myself. Can we do it again? And then he messaged her earlier in the week and said, hey, can I drop by Saturday and kidnap you and take you out? Just hang out, do whatever. I don't have tons of money, so I'm not looking at doing any big stuff. And she's like, oh, cool. We can just go hang out, and we can go get a coffee, and we can go walk through stores and look at things and check out each other's taste on things. And he's like, yeah. And it threw him, because he's used to those women that are more gold digging of, oh, you're going to take me on a date. You're going to be taking me out to a steak restaurant and steak and sushi, and you're going to take me to the movies and, big spending stuff. So for her to suggest stuff that is free to nearly free really threw him. Yeah, she wasn't looking. I mean, yeah, she was on the dating apps, but she was doing research. She wasn't looking for a relationship. And that's what kind of was weird about it. And I've tried telling her before that you usually find what you're looking for when you're not looking. My 3 most significant relationships, all 3 long term, I wasn't looking. They fell into my lap. I was not looking for a relationship. Marcia, these things have me so spoiled. I've gotten where I don't even want to sew seams anymore without them. Ouch. Hi, Francis. Yeah, like with Jeff and I, it's kind of weird because we would talk. There was a chat room for people that lived in North Carolina, South Carolina, the southern region, Georgia, and stuff like that. And it was an adult chat room, just grown-ups. It's no kids allowed. It was like an 18 and up or 21 and up chat room, just where you could find friends. And that's where we met. I went in there just to hang out. I was married at the time to my first husband, and he was blind, and so we went in. I would go in there, and he would be sitting next to me, and we started chatting with people, and I would read the chat room to him, and he would tell me what to type, and I would, hi, Jeff in South Carolina. My husband Jeff says hello. Yeah, that's cool. And so when my husband passed away, Jeff and I, my current husband Jeff and I, had become really good friends, and we had a mutual friend, Tammy, Tamara. You've seen her in some of the chat rooms, Tamara Cooper. And so when my husband passed away, between the two of them, I kept my sanity. They would stay up late nights with me when I couldn't sleep after my husband passed. Hi, Sandra. So when I was in my worst grief, I had 2 wonderful people with me, going through it with me, helping me through it. And I had to move. And they were the 2 that volunteered to help me move. They were the 2 that stepped up and says, we'll drive from South Carolina and come help you move. And they did. And Jeff and I really got to know each other. We got to spend time together and hang out together. And we became really good friends. And our friendship kept growing. And then, well, we became more than friends. And here we are. We're married. And it just, it's just how life goes sometimes. It's like life goes on, and then, damn, you're married. and I have no regrets. And we've been married. We we got together, and I mean, the relationship moved quickly after my husband passed, and it has nothing to do with my love for my husband. I grieved my husband for 3 years while he was still alive. It wasn't if he was going to die, and I was going to outlive him. It was when. So I grieved him during that time. So when it was all over and he passed, I did my grieving, said my goodbyes, and I moved on with life. Total, we were together a little over 10 years. And Jeff and I were already friends. So our friendship just happened to develop into what it became. I wasn't looking for a relationship. He wasn't looking for a relationship. But then that was why we hung out so much together, because we enjoyed each other's company, but we weren't looking for a relationship. And here we are. Well, yeah, when they have a critical, it is hard. Um, you know, having to be the critical caretaker of your spouse, it's hard. And you do go through those processes, a lot of those processes of grief while they're still alive. And I'm not sure if it's easier than unexpected death or not. But my current husband was one of my lifesavers during my grieving process. I know, Marcia. Been down the path. And I'm proof you'll be okay. Um, it's unimaginable at the time when you're dealing with it. But then you look back and I've never lost a husband immediately. So, like spur of the moment, unexpected. So I don't know which method is easier on the spouse. Easier being the relative term, because it's never easy to lose your spouse or anyone you care about. So yeah, we were friends. Then we just one day realized we didn't want anyone else. And so we committed to each other. He moved in. Because he was living with roommates and I was not. So he moved in with me and been together ever since. And neither one of us actually wanted to get remarried. Both of us said, nah, I'm not getting remarried. I'm done with that. Been there, done that. Don't want to do it again. And then when DOMA fell and all couples were able to get married, companies started dropping the domestic partner insurance. And that meant that I didn't have insurance. I couldn't keep insurance on Jeff. So I was like, we've talked about being together forever. And he's like, yeah. And I went, yeah, we're going to have to do a little bit more than just say it. We're going to kind of have to take the vows. And so we did. It was uneventful ceremony. It was we did not have a regular marriage. We didn't go get, we didn't have a wedding, so per se. We went down to the magistrate's office. But it was eventful because the magistrate's office happened to be in the same building. And the door, where you talk to the magistrate was right there. When you're standing there talking to them, behind you are the people waiting to see, are the visitors waiting to see someone that's in jail. I show up. I did not have witnesses. So I asked the people that were waiting to see prisoners if anyone would be willing to be a witness. And we got 2 witnesses. And the little lady comes out from behind the desk. And if you've ever seen Poltergeist, the little medium from Poltergeist, that's what she looked like. And that's how she talked. So yeah, the little psychic medium from Poltergeist is the one who married Jeff and I. She walked around into the waiting room, told everybody, basically she said, we're going to have a wedding here, so everybody shut up. Both of mine were courthouse. And I just take a different view on it. I am not mocking any or making fun of anyone for having a big wedding. I am not telling anyone they're stupid for having a big wedding. For me, personally, it's a waste of money to have a big wedding. Spend tons of money on one day. I'd rather take that money and use it on something else. Oh, Jeff did a whole write-up of it. I'm going to have to get it one day and read it. About us getting married at the Alamance County Jail. Because Jeff has a way with words. And yeah, he wrote it up. And every year, and we also got married the day before Thanksgiving. So when people ask us what our anniversary is, he chimes up with, it's the day before Thanksgiving. Doesn't matter what the date is. He said, because he forgets dates, our anniversary is forever the day before Thanksgiving. Our anniversary is actually the same day Robbie was born. And my life works in numbers. So the fact that Z was born on my birthday and I got married on Robbie's birthday, that is 2 number things right there that tells me that Robbie and I are supposed to be in each other's lives. I'm on a live. Topher.
Hello, everyone. I just realized the time. I realized 3 hours have passed already. 3 or 2 hours.
Those are beautiful photos, Marcia. Is she actually in the water? Are they actually in the water? Or did the photographer play magic? Mm. That's cool.
What?
Nothing. Marcia said hi.
Hello.
There's other people in the chat, but there. Diana said, "Be right back." I know F. Pate said she's here. Sandra is here somewhere that says I have 8 people, but nobody's talking. And that's okay, because I have said it before. You don't have to talk to me to watch my chat or to watch my stream. I do not care if you chat. I would not mind you to chat, but people watch my stream and don't say anything. And I'm okay with that. Some of them are probably trolls. And that's okay. Trolls are valid. Sandra said hi. Oh, wait, I'll tell him when he gets back over here. He just went to the other room. Yeah, that's a pretty pictures. I'm just very frugal about certain things. Obviously, my rocks are not something I'm frugal about, if you haven't figured that out. Sandra said hi as well.
Gotcha. Hello.
Yeah. I need to get these for a happier. Yeah, there we go. That's how I want it. I need to get some drink here. I'm almost out of regular water. Now I'm out of regular water. Might see if the child will go fill that up for me. So now I'll drink some coffee. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it could have been cleaned. It could be cleaned, but yeah. Salt water on a wedding dress. George is putting in some penalties for people street racing. Welcome back, Diana. We have a lot of problems in Georgia with street racing. Yeah, that would be a harder thing to. Well, I used to live in Mississippi. Believe me, I know. I lived 2.5 blocks from the beach. Everything had sand in it. That was normal, right? I need to tell my grandson, if he's making dessert, he needs to get on it. Because this waiting until midnight to decide to make a dessert is not happening tonight. Topher, my grandson, if you're making dessert, you need to get on it. That way it is ready to eat tonight before everyone needs to go to bed. He loves to wait until like 10:30. Diana, the reality is, had necessity not dictated it, I never would have been married. I never wanted to be married. Not once. Loved both men that I married. Had, wanted to keep them forever and ever, amen. But I never wanted to be married. That is why I never changed my name. And God, it sounds terrible when I say it because people are like, whoa. I married my first husband so I could put him on my insurance. Because when he got sick and couldn't work anymore, he was going to lose all of his benefits. And he needed to have health benefits. So we got married so I could put him on mine. Because the place I was working did not have domestic partner insurance. Had they had domestic partner insurance, there's a possibility that he and I would have never gotten married. And life would have been a lot different. Because his ex-wife would have come to the house like a vulture. That's what I told my husband when people ask me why I didn't marry, why didn't I take my current husband's last name? And I'm like, why should I? It doesn't move me up in the alphabet. And people didn't think that was funny. He did. Other people did not. I'm like, I have a name. I built a career with and used my name. I'm keeping my name. And if someone cannot understand that, that's on them. Oh, let me see what the buyer of this hat is. Oh, the buyer of this hat, I sent him the picture that was the thumbnail for this video, for this live. I sent him that picture, and the only reply I got back in all caps was, wow. So she's all about it. She's buying it as a gift for someone else that is dear to her. Dear to me too. Good friend. Good person. One of those people that you call to hide the bodies. Yeah. I would actually move down the alphabet a little bit because it would be going from a W-I-L to a W-I-N because Jones is not my legal last name. So yeah, I would get, yeah, no, that's okay. But for most places that do registration based on the alphabet, I'd be going to the same daggum line as I do now. So not a big deal. But yeah, everything in my career is based on my name. If you contact someone I worked with 30 years ago and you gave them my legal name, they go, oh yeah, I know her. But if I married my husband and you gave them that name, they would go, who? And that's why I didn't change my name. My daughter does not want to go back to her maiden name. She does not like her maiden name. And she said if she ever changed her name, she would get it changed to my maiden name. Oliver wants to change his last name and probably will wind up with my last name. Topher, I think, will wind up keeping his dad's last name. And my daughter definitely doesn't want to go back to that last name from her first marriage. She kept her name off her second marriage. Oh, wow. Yeah, see, I lived in one area, Sandra, and the police would take those, impound them. And after court, if they could lose their cars. And one area I lived in had some interesting police cars. And it's like even the same thing when they would confiscate them on drug raids and stuff like that. You'd be rolling down the street and you'd see a cop car and it would say that it was confiscated in a drug raid. The police department had some high-end cars. And all of them were performance vehicles. They were all enhanced. So, yeah. Always do what you got to do. When I was filling out the forms today to donate blood, one of the questions on there is if you had any accidental needle sticks. And I sat there and I started giggling to myself because I thought of last night when I poked myself with the needle. And then, it's like, that's not the kind of needle they mean, silly. So I answered it no. But then when I was talking to the lady, I told her about it. And I said, I sew leather. And so when it come to the accidental needle stick, I said, it kind of made me giggle. She goes, oh, you stick yourself when you sew? And I'm like, yeah. She goes, yeah, not the kind of needles we're concerned about, unless you're poking other people with the same needle first. Yeah. And that was another thing, Diana, is I didn't want to change everything. Make an appointment with Social Security to go change your Social Security name on your Social Security card. And no. I have 7. Elizabeth sent me an email. Yay. I will take care of that email, Elizabeth. Still trying to figure out who Renee messaged, because she said she messaged me on Instagram and she did not message me on Instagram. I've got nothing. So your card still has your name. So you changed your name with them. You just didn't get a card reissued. That's cool. I just got a new copy of Chris Topher's birth certificate, and we filed to get a new copy of his Social Security card. And after we did all that, his mom came up and said, I found the envelope with all the stuff in it. And so she found all his documentation we needed. So he's going to have 2 copies of his Social Security card, which is fine. It will not hurt him to have 2 copies of his Social Security card. I will probably keep a copy because I have a copy of his birth certificate. So I will probably keep a copy of his birth certificate as well. I mean, his Social Security card, just to have a backup copy in case something happens. I think I'm going to put the kids on an assembly line and let them make like keychains. Make some dragon head keychains and some plague doctor masks. That's how I got serious into all this leather crafting. I'm not going to lie. Because, I'd done piddled around and did a few things here and there, but nothing really serious. And when COVID hit and people in Georgia acted stupid the way they do, Georgia had a mandate for from wearing a mask. And we had a lot of people that refused, but it's not just their refusal that was the problem. They would literally, if you were wearing a mask, they would lean over you in a store and cough and sneeze in your face because they're rude. So I decided I was going to make myself a plague doctor mask and wear it. I never did. I got the pattern, never made it. Maybe I will one day. But I was going to make this obnoxious plague doctor mask and wear it to the stores to irritate those people even more. Because it's, you vax or not vax, that's your business. Wear a mask, don't wear your mask, that's your business. But stay out of my face. That's just my attitude. So we do not know what happened to my original birth certificate. I have my original. Oh, goodness. And I chatted with Flutter today for a little bit. I think this week Lisa and I are still going to do the auction for Robbie. Flutter's still working through stuff. They're in the process of changing meds. So she's coming off of some meds and going on new meds. And with that comes, some meds stay in your system for long periods of time. And when they're washing them out of your system, it's really hard. And that's kind of where she is right now. I don't remember when they took me off of my seizure medication. I just know about it from what others have said is how hard it was on me. I am pretty much the keeper of documents in the family, so I try to keep a copy of everybody's for emergency purposes. And I think I have to order some more because somebody borrowed mine and never returned them. Somebody is named Lily. Oh, wow. Well, that's how it used to be, babies born at home, and Bibles became where the documentation was. The most accurate birth records were listed in people's Bibles. Same thing for marriages. The most accurate information for when people actually got married was in the Bibles, because that's one of the places they wrote it all down. I'm going to give my hands a break after this seam. I'm trying to take periodic breaks as I'm stitching to not overdo my hands. These holes are so in a line with each other. It's just crazy. I have never had things line up. Well, it's very seldom I get them to line up this well. These aren't like mostly lined up. They are lined up. All right, house ghost, quit making lights flicker. It was a hot one today. We went out. It was like, ugh. Just standing outside breathing the air was like miserable because of the heat. Nothing like breathing in hot air. I know a guy that is one of the rarities that he was actually adopted as an adult to the people who cared for him when he was a child. They were like foster parents. He was never put up for adoption when he was in the system. And so they could not adopt him. And then when he aged out of the system, he thought he would be kicked to the curb because the foster care system wouldn't pay for him to be there anymore. And they were like, no, you're not going anywhere. This is your home. And so he continued to live with them, even though they were not related and there was no legal grounds for it. And he approached them one day and asked them if they would adopt him. And they were like, you're an adult. Adults don't get adopted. And he goes, I don't want to move forward in life, get married, and have my children carry their name. I want my children to carry the name of the people who raised me, the people who mattered. And so he went to court and petitioned to be able to be adopted. And that was his reasoning, is that these are the people that took care of him since he was a little boy. And he didn't feel that his children should carry any other name. There should be no acknowledgement of the people who created him to be born, but didn't teach him anything in life, but instead abandoned him. And so he was in his 20s when he got his reissued birth certificate. I thought it was really cool that he was so adamant about that, because usually you don't get adopted as an adult. Yeah, here it's hot and humid, but it's just because I live in Georgia. And Georgia is just hot and humid. Just the nature of the beast. And now I'm gonna have to be abusive to this leather and beat on it in a positive manner to make it do what I want it to do. Well, I just knocked something over. Oh, one of my bracelets. Nope, that's going to fold the other way. I've got to get this to fold so it creates the right look. I'm going to go ahead and start that process. I love these little clips. The only thing I don't love about them is the red tips fall off of them when you're using them a lot. And so they don't look as good. They function just fine. I have a little bucket of these things that sit next to me. You know, I'm not going to complain about it still raining at Robbie's. I know all that rain means that Robbie can't do the things he wants to get done. I do wish it would rain, I don't know, in the middle of the night and then rain all night long for him. But that's not what it's doing. He is getting rain. He needs the rain. He needs that water in his well because he pumps from a well to his critters. So he needs his underground well to get filled. He needs that water table up. And all this rain that soaks through the ground is what's going to do it. So I'm going to love the rain for him. So I'm going to let this sit. Believe it or not, these clippy things will help crease that leather. Right there at the end, and that'll fold into the inside of the hat. And give it that crease on top when I'm ready for it. When I flip it, that'll cause it to have that crease to the inside when this gets folded over. So I am going to take 5 minutes, sit here and socialize while I let this sit. Oh, yeah, well, you know, there is that. They didn't unload it last night because they were tired. And they did other things, and yep, it's the nature of things. And it's like, Robbie, Robbie, Robbie. He's probably kicking his butt, going, I should have done that earlier today before it started raining, and didn't think it was really going to rain. Because I know he called me, and right after he called me, Reed called him. It's like, Robbie, Robbie, Robbie. I'm back. I guess I'm back, yeah. Should be back okay, yes? Great. It has a tendency to act that way sometimes. I did get a package today. Did get a package. Not crystals. I'm not going to show this with my legal name on it. Or my name on it. It's honey. Honey, 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 honey. I love honey. My daughter loves honey in her teas. The kids will use honey. I'm catching them on to this whole flavored honey thing. And they wrap this because they use these envelopes, which are good envelopes. And inside of that is that envelope. So these things get well packaged. And inside of that is a box. And inside the box is honey. Oh, they sent me clover honey again. I love clover honey. Clover honey reminds me of California. My dad had a friend who put his bees in clover patches. Clover honey and thistle honey are the two honeys that we would get from his friends. Oh, this should be interesting. Elderberry. One of these leaked a little bit because there's a little tackiness in here. And this one is Summer Blossom. And usually there is an info card, and usually there's an info card and a recipe, and I did not get that this time. Let me see. I can feel that there's some leakage that's in this packing material, but the box is clean. So because I am mental and my ADHD says I cannot throw away a perfectly good box. So this box will get kept. It's a good sturdy box. It's a thick box. And if I don't use it, I will take it down to Lisa, because she can put her stuff in it. Or I'll do stuff like, I'll get this and I'll send it to Lisa. And what I do is, I can't find what I'm looking for. Oh, I'll take these mesh bags. If I need to send something to Lisa, this is what I use for padding. I will throw these in because I don't keep these. I can't throw them away because they're perfectly good. It's my ADHD insanity. My brain won't let me throw this away. I can try, and I will turn around the next day and pull it out of the trash because it's perfectly good. Someone has to damage it. I can't damage it myself because that would be wrong. Someone would have to go damage this for me not to keep it. So Lisa has to buy these. They are not expensive. However, if I keep sending them to her over a course of a year, I might save her, a couple of bucks. That's a couple of bucks she can use on something else. It's the way my brain processes. Trust me, it makes sense to me. So I will use these as packing material for stuff I send to Lisa, which reminds me, I have something somewhere for Lisa. I just had it. What did I do with it? Where did I put it? Because I have a guitar. Oh, there it is right here. I have the keychain for Lisa. And I'm going to go ahead and send the donkey. Yes, it was sent to me in the Kinder Egg. The Kinder Egg chocolate was tasty. I played with it. Gabe actually likes donkeys. I have no affiliation with donkeys, and I really don't have any place to put these. So I was going to wind up seeing if one of my grandkids would like it. But since Gabe likes it, it can go in there. Since Lisa's getting something, Gabe can get a little gift too. And I will put this box to the side and keep adding stuff to it to send to Lisa. Upstairs is where I have something for Lisa. I have a little bag that has some angels in it. It has angel stuff in it. And I was going to send it to Lisa because Lisa has a thing about angels. And there was one of them. I opened it up. And when I opened it up, my brain screamed Lisa's name. So that told me that she was supposed to have it. And that's just the way it is. It's my insanity. It's the way my brain functions. My brain said she's supposed to have it, so by golly, she's going to have it. And I have a necklace here that I wanted to send her as well. Just something, she'll probably just hang it on the wall. It is not silver or anything like that, so it wouldn't be something she would want to wear because it would turn her body green, but okay, hold on. I got something tangled here. Let me move a couple of things to get my tangles straight. I have no clue how I've got this tangled. There's one. That helps. Two, three. So yeah, I have an angel necklace I'll stick in here. Oh, actually what I'll do is I can put this in the bag. And put that in there. So I will just keep adding stuff to it until I have everything in there for Lisa that I'm going to send her. And the one I'm working on for you, Marcia, and then I'm going to taste these honeys, is sitting here. I have to pull out my paints and match up my paints for that. The ring, the circle is going to be this color. It's blue. It's a really pretty blue. And it'll be that on both sides. It'll be on the back side, it'll be solid blue. And on the front side, obviously, it'll be the blue with the submarine on top of this. Nope. Doesn't taste honey. I just had my little thingamabobbers. There they are. Now that I rearranged everything, I have to remember where these are. These are clean makeup spatulas. No, the outside of this container looks terrible, but it's clean. These are clean makeup spatulas. And I use these all the time, and I also use them as tasters. Taster spoons. Putting that down to keep my work area clean. Thinking this might be the leaker. Yeah. I'll get the kids to rinse it off before it goes in the cabinet. Surprised it wasn't a melted mess. I think they're going to have to start wrapping these or something, because with this heat, a lot of them are starting, I'm getting them in, and a lot of them have leaked. And this clover honey will actually melt to very clear consistency. It looks grainy, but when it melts, it is a very clear consistency. I like to melt it and then whip it in with butter and serve it with bread. That's how I remember it. Even though it's not California honey, it reminds me of the California mountains. The taste of it reminds me of living on the mountain. Yeah. It has some stickies on. Actually, I've got something for that. We've talked about keeping baby wipes in our work areas for reasons. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's why I told Stacy about sending the chocolate this time of year to the South. That if she's going to do it, she might want to put it in a separate bag or something, a plastic zip bag, because cleaned. Because, yeah, everything melts down here. Yep, canned drinks explode. These are not things I would think of having. I don't order those kind of things this time of year. Same thing with ordering chocolates. I don't order chocolates in the summer. Anything like that that would melt. This one is a darker honey. Summer blossom. It has an interesting smell to it. The summer blossom is, I can't read. Obviously, I can't turn it over. It says tea, baklava, and yogurt. Is what it would be good with. Lavender and herb blossoms. That's where it came from. So, but it's a nice darker honey. The other one, the elderberry, is even darker. That has a much stronger taste. Much stronger taste, but it tastes buttered biscuits. This would, yeah, I could see me eating this with some buttered biscuits in the morning. Definitely. Or getting a plain tea, like a plain black tea, and using this as my sweetener instead of anything else. An elderberry, you know, raw wild flower honey infused with whole dried elderberries. So make sure this one doesn't have any sweetness on it. At least none of them were stuck. Ooh, this one has a pretty color to it. It is very dark purpley color to it. A red purple. I think you can see the color of it. Elderberry is good on crepes. Yep. That would be good on some crepes. Yeah. And this honey is that dark red purple color. And make sure these are closed. I'm the ones with the weakest hands in the house because of my thumbs. So if I can close it, they can open it. And then I will take my honey stuff and roll it up and dispose of it. Because the last thing I need is to get honey all over everything. And then I will move these. Oh, is this the box that goes up? I've got a box that needs to go upstairs. No, not in that box. That's my hat box. Well, not my hat, but yeah, a hat box. I shall put it in the box with my dragon. My uni dragon. That I got from Stacy. I got a cute little turtle from Stacy the other day when I opened my stuff. They had a cute little turtle in it, which is adorable. An adorable little blue-green llama. Blue, green, and yellow llama. And then I got the stand. And my unicorn dragon. Oh, you have an elderberry bush? Well, then you can make all kinds of yummies with elderberries. If you like elderberries. Obviously, you don't make anything with elderberries if you don't like them. Yeah. Oh, cool. Sandra, yes, baklava is delicious. I love me some baklava. Absolutely love me some baklava. Let me see. I was downloading some stuff. I've gotten in a habit of making sure I get regular downloads taken care of every day. Yeah, there's certain kinds of berries I'm just not accustomed to because I didn't have them in my life when I was growing up. And elderberries are one of them. I don't recall ever eating elderberries as a child. And so it wasn't until I was an adult and moved up to North Carolina, Started to say moved up north, but that's not really north. But I moved up to North Carolina, and that was the first time I'd ever had elderberries. So it was interesting flavor for someone who had never tasted it before. You know, blackberries, blueberries, strawberries. That's what I'm used to, but it's okay. I actually do like the elderberries. And the elderberry honey is, I think that would be good in my Mad Hatter tea. I need to try one of the other teas. I think I might try Snow White. I got a few new teas I'd never tasted before. Yeah, and I wouldn't know what they look like. I wouldn't know what the bushes look like. I could have them in my yard or in my woods, and I wouldn't know. Okay, thank you, Diana. Okay, Topher said he's going to make dessert. Eat. Sorry, I'm sending a message to my family. We went to the store today and we got stuff to make burgers for the 4th of July. We don't do big 4th of July celebration. We're going to make burgers because why the heck not? Burgers and corn on the cob and some kind of French fry, or maybe I'll get the stuff to make some loaded tater tots. And I bought a couple of watermelons because we love some watermelon, and one watermelon is never enough. So I'll cut one, and after I cut everybody a piece, I will take whatever's left and I will cut it up into chunks, put it in a bowl in the refrigerator. And people will eat off of that, and then we'll cut up the other one and do it. I grew up we would take the old butter tubs and go down to the railroad track. We carried them. We carried plastic bags, zip bags with us, and tubs and stuff like that. And we would go down to the railroad tracks. How we didn't get snake bit is beyond me, because I'm going to tell you, we were in places we should not have been. And berries, we would get blackberries that were like this long. You're looking at almost your thumb size, huge blackberries. They'd be like this. Hi, CPR. Yeah, our neighborhood used to be quiet for the 4th of July, and then some different families moved in, and now it's not quiet anymore. This used to be a neighborhood where nobody popped fireworks. Now they do. Drives me nuts. I hate it. The dogs hate it. But yeah, we would go to the railroad tracks and we would start, and in a day, just one person could easily pick a couple gallons. It was one of our cheap desserts because mom would just add some water and sugar with it. And then she would flour and stuff, make up like a biscuit dough almost, and make dumplings. And she would make blackberry dumplings. So it was kind of, I mean, it was one of the times us poor kids did not know we were poor kids, if that makes sense. Because of little things like that. We weren't neglected from having dessert. We had dessert. I was blessed with a mother who is an amazing cook. My mom was an amazing cook. She's one of the people who taught me a lot of stuff. And so, we would go pick wild berries and she would make the most amazing desserts out of them. My uncle would go down and throw the casting net and catch crab, shrimp, and he'd be fishing at the same time. So we would have he would drop by and drop off crabs, fish, and shrimp. I always thought we were highfalutin with all that seafood we were able to eat. I thought we were like, yeah, buddy, we don't have to eat that stupid burgers and stuff. We're eating shrimp and we're eating crab and we're eating fish all the time. And, we thought it was a great thing. And the reality was it's because my uncle knew that we didn't have enough money. And that was his way of helping us survive. No, I have not dehydrated watermelon. Maybe I'll dig out the dehydrator and use my mandolin slicer and see if I can slice it up. I might not be able to slice it up on that. I might have to do it by hand. But I might have to slice some up and throw it in the dehydrator and see what it comes out like. Huh. I also want to throw some in the blender and make a blended drink out of it. Rumor has it you can have some pretty good drinks that way. But yeah, man, you're making me think of all my old memories. We'd throw our watermelon seeds in the backyard and grow watermelon. One year, my mom decided she should have a garden in her backyard. One year. After she found out that lizards and frogs like it when you plant a garden, she never planted a garden again. My mom was deathly afraid of lizards and frogs. She went in her garden to pull up potatoes one time. And, she pulls the bush up and looks underneath it. There was no snake. So she put her hand down there and started putting her hands in the dirt to help pull up the potatoes. There was a frog that had dug a little tunnel. And so when she reached down and she came up with her hand like this, she had a frog in her hand. I thought she was dying. The way she was screaming, I thought my mama was dying outside. And I went out there and she had thrown the poor frog. And then she told me what happened. And I asked her where the frog was. And she told me where she threw him. And I'm like, it terrorized this poor little frog. First, he was just minding his own business, laying in bed, taking it easy. And you scoop him out of his bed and then you throw him across the yard. You terrorized a frog. And she, it's his fault. She goes, I'm done. I'm not pulling potatoes no more. Like, okay, Mom. So we started pulling the potatoes. I did the potatoes. I had no problem doing the potatoes. But she had potatoes and she had tomatoes. And the tomatoes, she was told to plant more tomato plants than what you actually want because most of them are going to die. None of hers died. She planted like 3 times what she wanted. because she was told that most of them would die, and none of hers died. We had lots of tomatoes that year. Tomato sandwiches for lunch was a big thing. Or just tomato salad. Literally cut up tomatoes, throw some mayo in it, little salt, little pepper, stir it around, sit down and eat it. That was a great summertime snack. Just tomatoes, chopped tomatoes. Um, Everything that had a tomato sauce in it had fresh tomatoes in it. Um, Mom was chopping tomatoes up and putting them in anything she could think of, giving them away, begging people to take them. And she just said the garden was too much work. And I want to plant a garden, but I'm going to have to plant with a container garden. Oh, yeah. Toast, mayo, sliced tomato, and a little salt. That's it. That's to me, that's the perfect tomato sandwich. You toast the bread because, tomatoes can make the bread soggy. So you toast it really nice, medium brown, toasting on the bread. Put a thin coat of mayo on each side. Slap a thickness of about this much of just layers of tomato in there. Add a little salt across the top. Put the other piece of bread on it and start chomping away. That is like the best sandwich for me. And this was one of the things. Mom planted the garden to help save money because we were poor kids. I didn't think we were. I had fresh tomatoes anytime I wanted them. To me, that's not poor. To me, poor is when you're hungry because you have no food to eat. We always improvised with the family, with the people in the family giving us seafood constantly because that's what my uncle had worked on big rigs out in the water, and he retired. He did military. He was in the military, worked on the big rigs out in the water with the military, moved into civilian life, still working big rigs out in the water. And, when he decided to retire, he needed something to do. He was bored. So he started fishing and shrimping, just not going out in a boat to shrimp, but throwing the net off the seawall. In certain areas of Mississippi, you learn where it is. You get like a can of cat food. The stinkier, the better. And you don't open it. You just punch holes in it. So you use like an ice pick and you punch a lot of holes all the way around it. And then you throw it in the water and you let it sit for a while. Then you throw your cast net. The shrimp and the crabs will come to the cat food because they can smell it. And so he would throw the cast net out and do that a few times, and he would get lots and lots of blue crab. And when I mean blue crab, he would get blue crabs where the body was like this, just the body. Yeah, and that's how we were CPR. It's like we didn't live on a farm. We lived in the city, but we lived right next door to my grandmother. And if we needed something that you had to have money to get and Mama didn't have enough money, my grandma she would ask my mom to go to the store for her. She'd say, go get me a gallon of milk. And my mom would go get her a gallon of milk. She would give Mom money to go to she'd give Mama her cash wallet. My grandma had a cash wallet. She usually had like $1,000 in the wallet. So she would grab the wallet and she would hand it to my mom and say, go get me my milk. Mom would go get milk. She would come back and she would, tell my grandmother how much it was, show her the receipt, tell her what she took out of the wallet and what change is left and stuff. And then my grandmother would take the wallet and she would take money out of it. And she'd go, well, and my mom didn't know it. Each time she did it, my mom didn't know how much my grandmother was taking out, but she would take out money, fold it up and say, well, here's your gas money. And she did that to hide from us kids that sometimes that gas money was $100, $200 to make sure that my mom had what she needed to pay the water bill, the electric bill, the gas bill, keep food on the table, gas in her car, and to buy herself cigarettes. Because as much as my grandmother was against smoking, and she would tell you she will not buy anyone cigarettes, she always made sure my mother had the money to buy cigarettes. Yeah, Sandra, that's what we did that summer. The one summer mom had the major garden. Um, she actually had to leave me home. Her and her husband flew to Seattle, Washington to get his grandfather and drive back from Seattle because grandpa was moving from Seattle down to Mississippi. Straight driving with 2 or 3 drivers nonstop, you're looking at a good 4 or 5 days. Grandpa couldn't stay in the car that long. So they could not drive straight down. They had to drive for a certain number of hours, stop and get a hotel room. So they were gone over a week. They flew up there, helped him pack up everything and load up everything and drive back. So she left me home alone. And she didn't leave. Well, his wife had passed away, so he had nothing left up there. The only family he had was down in Mississippi. And so that's why he decided to move. And, mom left me with some money. And she said, this is it. This is how long we're going to be gone. And this has to last. Make it last. I'm like, okay. I looked at the garden. I've got potatoes galore. Baked potatoes for dinner. So I need cheese from the store and butter. Tomatoes galore. I can eat those every day. And so I took and I bought what I needed to eat using what's in the garden. There was other stuff in the garden, and I think she had cucumbers in there. And I love cucumbers, just sliced up with a little salt and stuff. Yeah. But yeah. We would do that. And I went and bought several loaves of bread. And I had money, lots of money left over. And my friends and I used that money. We had fun. One of them had a car. They would come get me. And we would go off on adventures. And we would pack our tomato sandwiches. They had no problems eating tomato sandwiches either. And we had plenty. So, before we left, we'd grab several tomatoes and wash them and slice them and put them in a container. Grab some bread and keep it in a container, and mayo. We had a little jar of mayo, and we would just keep refilling the small jar. And we would take that stuff and pack it up in the car and take off and stop when we felt like it, go buy a drink and sit on the side of the road at the beach or wherever and eat our tomato sandwiches. And we thought we were awesome. We thought we were awesome. Nothing like being in high school or, on your own. I was on my own more than my mother intended. She intended for me to stay with my grandmother more than I did. My grandmother was okay with me running around because she knew I was responsible. And my grandmother was okay as long as I checked in with her once or twice a day. So in the mornings, when I got up, I would go sit and have coffee with my grandmother. Like I said, we lived next door to each other. And so that was my morning check-in with my grandmother. I'm up, I'm alive, I'm doing okay. My friends and I are going to do some exploring. We're going to go look at, and I would give her some stuff that we were going to go see, sightseeing stuff, and make it sound like it was educational. We always did that. And just tell her where we were going. And off we would go. And then when I got home in the evenings, I would stop back in there and talk to her. And sometimes she would get mad because I wasn't home when it was time to eat. But she would, I've saved some, here's a plate. Take a plate over to the house and eat. And so I would take whatever grandma gave me to eat and I would go eat it. Yeah, I hear you, Sandra. The greater portion of my money goes to the house note. I'll move this thing from over here, and I realized how much stuff has accumulated on this desk from different projects. Over here is where my computer is, and there's an area between the laptop stops here, and then I've got the end of the table down here. And so there's this area, and I usually keep it's a plate of metal, and it has magnets on it, and that's where I drop needles or whatever goes there. That's long enough for one of those. Catch smelting. I don't know if I know what that means. Smelt. What is smelt? Educate me. What is smelt? It's like I was talking to someone one day, and someone else says, does it not bother you to tell people that you grew up without money? And it's like, no. Why should it? It's who I am. It's part of what made me who I am. My mother and the times we went through are what made me the person I am. And I think I'm pretty damn awesome. So, yeah, there's that. So you did get a backup plan for that PT to make sure you could have it. No PT for 3 weeks. Now, for some people, I would be saying, no, that's awesome. But when I know you need it, it's like, I wish there was another way. Oh, it's a fish. Huh. I'm going to have to look that up because I have no clue what it is. Is your brother making dessert?
No. He's upstairs.
Tell him I said get on that dessert. Because I didn't go buy it for him to sit around and do nothing with it. You don't ask me to buy something that you're going to cook and then don't cook it. Yeah, exactly, CPR. It's like, I had everything I needed. Absolutely everything I needed. My family made sure I had everything I needed. I may not have had everything I wanted, but I definitely had everything I needed. And when I got old enough, I started working at the fish market down the street. out of my generation of kids, my age group of kids, I was the first one to start working. I worked illegally at the fish market down the road. I was like 14. Um, the lady, when I went to the fish market, asked them if they were hiring. The lady asked me how old I was, and I told her, and she kind of looked at me. She goes, "Why do you want to work?" And I said, "Because it would be kind of nice to be able to buy my own shoes before I go to school instead of my mom having to do it, having to struggle to do it." And that family knew because they weren't really rich. The seafood market made a lot of money, but it was supporting a lot of people. And so I knew they were always looking to hire someone to help in the summertime because that was their busy season. So she said that she could pay me cash. She actually was still paying me over minimum wage, but paying me cash money, and was not working me crazy hours. And she said, if anyone comes in and asks me what I'm doing working there, who am I? I am to say I'm one of the family members. Legally, I am one of the family members to the people that own the seafood market. We are related. So it wasn't a real lie. So, yeah. And I worked in the fish market. And then they had the lady that lived across the street. She was quite elderly. And she would hire us kids to come help her. And she basically had 2 banks at her house. And each one of us kids got a bank. And when we made money, she would go to the banks with us and put the money in the bank. And then when, Christmas, Mother's Day, Mom's birthday, or anything rolled around, we would go to the bank and withdraw money. So, I learned a little bit about that banking of money and financial responsibility at an early age because the lady across the street helped us with that. I did more work for her than my sister did. My sister was not interested in it as much. And that's okay. She wound up leaving home early anyway. So, but I would go over there if she needed her house swept, mopped. Nothing was beyond me. I'd sweep, mop, clean her toilets. I don't care. I'll fold your laundry. You're paying me money. I would help my uncle do yard work for money. So I tried to do whatever I could to take part of the cost off my mom. Just to pull part of the cost away from her to make it easier. And it was not just that I wanted to work, it's the recognition of how hard my mom was working to make ends meet. And me wanting to be able to do my part to make the house run. And that was my way of doing that. I missed a hole. Went to go put that needle through there and it skipped one side of the leather completely. This one, I gotta try to catch this. And there is not a second hole there, is there? Shoot, I'm gonna have to make one. And yes, I talk to myself as I'm leather working. Yeah, they wouldn't let us work at that early of an age. I need the corner of this. Go all the way through. Yes, it did. Make sure that went through. Yes. So go ahead and do the other corner. It's easier without it being sewn. There. Put that in my tray. That did come from that side. This side. I'm doing extra stitching at this stress point because this is a stress point on this hat. So I am putting extra stitching right here on the stress point to ensure that it stays exactly the way it's supposed to be. Oh, come on. Quit being difficult. There we go. Pull that nice and snuggy. Ah. Okay, let me check on my chat. Yes, I'm extremely thrifty, Sandra. Oh, I have 125. That means I got one more today. Because earlier today I had 124. Yes, Phil. You understand. I talked to myself. I was in a group of people. I started talking to myself. They asked me what I was doing. I said, I was talking to myself. And they said, why would you do that? And I said, because I wanted an intelligent conversation. And they got mad. I avoided Costco and BJ's. Well, I went to BJ's today, but that was to get lunch. because there's nothing like two of us going and having lunch for $5 total. No, it's not it's not the most nutritious lunch, but at BJ's, I know here, and get a big hot dog and a drink for $1.50, and then get a pretzel for $1. So for $5 plus tax, two people can eat. And luckily, my grandson is not a prima donna. So when I asked him about going there for lunch, he's like, sure. And that's what we did yesterday. And then today I'm like, are you up for BJ's again? And he goes, big dog, pretzel, icy. Heck yeah. Yeah, and you can get the same thing at Costco. I don't have the Costco card. Jeff does, because someone we know, they work there, and they could get one family member a Costco card. And so at the time, Jeff was the one always going out shopping, so he got Jeff the Costco card. So so Jeff has the Costco card and I don't. I have a BJ's card, a Sam's card. Yeah, that's it. BJ's and Sam's. I think that's the only ones we have here. We have BJ's, Sam's, and Costco. And the only reason why I have BJ's and Sam's is because when they put in our BJ's here, they gave us a special deal on pricing. And I get to keep that special pricing. And Sam's, I get half price through my work. Yeah, because there's no reason for your husband to have one when he's never going to go shopping on his own. And that's like, if I could have gotten a free membership with mine, I would have given it to my friend. Yeah, and they're $1 at BJ's, and you get free refills. So Topher makes sure that he refills his cup at least twice. Now, if we go shopping and he gets an icy, that boy will fill that cup up 5 or 6 times. And his logic is, I'm going to get your dollar's worth, which is kind of cool, because when we go out to eat, he's like, I'm going to make sure I get your dollar's worth. I would love, what did I say? Snow White tea. It is in a white tin. I know it has apple. The Snow White tea is apple flavored. Yes. I know people that want the authority of a king and the accountability of a toddler. I know these people. I don't associate with these people with that attitude. But yeah, luckily my grandkids are not, even with growing up with me having a decent job, always having a decent job, neither one of the grandkids are greedy when it comes to money. When we go out to eat, they will, ask, what is the budget? Yeah, what's the budget today? And I tell them what the budget is. I can say it's $20 a person, and they will not spend more than $20. Yeah, there's certain things we buy there, and it's weird because there's certain things we like that's Costco brand, and certain things we like that's from BJ's, the store brands. Um, there's some Kirkland goods that Jeff doesn't like, but there's some of the BJ's brand, Berkeley and Jensen or whatever it is. There's some of that he doesn't like. Luckily, he likes one from each store, so like he'll like toilet paper for one store, but paper towel from the other, and stuff like that. So we all, and then Sam's, throw Sam's in there, and between them all, on anything that we buy in bulk, we got it. It's covered. I think that's because of the way we grew up, Phil. But I also have when I'm stressed, I spend money. I've been a little stressed lately, if you can't tell. So it might be the Kirkland toilet paper as we like. We don't like the BJ's toilet paper. There's one of them he doesn't like. He's like, it doesn't do the job. It doesn't clean. It's too slick. We usually take it out of the package and put it on the shelf where they go, and in the bathrooms and such, because we have snooty people in my house that are like, it's not this special name brand expensive toilet paper. Yeah, and some of it costs a lot of money and it's not worth it. Yes, Marcia, I agree. But I have to rein myself in. I really do. I have things I need to take care of that I cannot take care of if I don't stop. I love being able to see the holes, seeing right through it, seeing the white of from the table. I can see it through the holes because they're so lined up. It makes my life easier. This hat is not taking. It scares me because it's not taking very long to finish. It makes me happy it's not taking long, because I might actually be able to take another commission or two before Christmas. Might be able to get everything done and still take a commission or two for Christmas. I'm not even adding it up. I'm afraid to add it up, Marcia. I'm actually afraid to add up how much money I have spent on rocks. And then I feel, and this is where I'm at. And then I feel guilty if I don't get anything because I can't help the animals if I'm not buying stuff. It is one of our favorite places to go is a place called Fried Tomato Buffet, because it is actually affordable. You know, um, I try not to go on the weekends because the weekends are more expensive. Because they put like seafood on and stuff like that. But you know, where do you go eat a buffet dinner which is complete? It has the meats, the sides, the vegetables, a salad bar, a vegetable bar. I mean, dessert bar. Well, it has a vegetable bar, but a dessert bar, breads and drinks, unlimited, all you can eat. Monday through Thursday, it's 11.21, and for Jeff, it's 10.28. Anyone over 62 and up is 10.28, Monday through Thursday. You know, our kids have aged out because they have anyone over 10 years old is 11.21. And even on the weekends, it goes up to 12 Friday through Sunday. It's 12.62. So it's still not that expensive that it makes it where it's a little more affordable for people to be able to go out and actually have food to eat. And you can eat all you want. Oh, well, you're up in Canada, so that's different. Totally different ball game there. I have no idea about the cost of living or anything up there. I forgot that you were up in that part of the world. But we go to the Fried Tomato Buffet, and if I, you know, obviously if we're going out to eat, everybody knows in advance. We're going out to eat, and Topher will like not eat all day or eat very little so that he's really hungry when we get there. And that child will eat 5 and 6 plates of food. I mean, you can hear Lisa talk about how when we were there and Lisa let me stay at her house, I was gracious and I basically paid for us to go eat. I did not have to. It was not expected of me. They didn't know I was doing it until I paid the bill. We all said we were going out to eat together. Gabe thought he was paying for him and Lisa and that I was paying for me and Topher. And I think Lily was with me. Yeah, Lily was with me. So it was me, Lily, and Topher. But so yeah. Here, you know, they think they're paying for their own food, and the whole reason why we went is it was a Golden Corral, so all you can eat, and they had it was steak night, and Gabe says that's the only time he goes there because it's the only time he feels that he can get his money's worth. And he said, you know, I don't think anyone can out eat me on meat, on steak. And Topher is like, bet. So we go, and Gabe gets a plate of steak. Topher gets a plate of steak. Eats it. Gabe gets a plate with steak. Topher gets a piece of steak with sides and eats it. And they kept going and going. And Topher ate more than Gabe that night. And Gabe's like, I am done. And Topher's still over there eating. And Gabe says, I give it, you win, you win. Oh, that's never fun. Ouch. The only downfall of the way I'm doing this and putting so many stitches here is it gets really tight in those holes. I'm trying to get that through. So. Gotcha, Marcia. Marcia, when you I know you talked about eventually moving into a smaller space. And when you get ready to do that, if it's able and you want it to help, I will come down with Topher. Oh yeah, he would. He loves all you can eat places because he feels like he can definitely get his money's worth. It's like he loves going to Red Lobster. Loves going to Red Lobster, but only on the all you can eat shrimp days. Because he thinks it's too expensive going there. And the only time he can get his money's worth, my money's worth, and he does call it my money's, your money. He goes, I want to get your money's worth. But he feels he can't do that unless it's all you can eat shrimp. There's one place we go eat that's local. It's right down the road. And we wind up paying about $25 a person when we go there, which is usually for someone's birthday. And but everybody brings home half of their food because the portions are so huge. So you wind up with 2 meals. And so I don't mind paying. And, I average out, what does that mean? What did I just pay for my meal? Yes, I paid $25, but I didn't pay for one meal. I paid for 2 meals. Ball lady's back. Did you get pissed at the roomie? Now the fun. Predictable. Roomie is always going to tick you off, Diana. I've got that figured out. I might have to figure out going in and cutting out some of this extra in these corners. so that I can force this to turn. Let me clippy the corner. I've got it nice and secure. I know this. I am okay. If anyone looks in here and goes, God, you cut the corners kind of weird, I'm going to slap them in the head and ask them why the hell they were that far into the hat. Yeah, people don't realize how much caretaking costs, even if everything is supposedly paid for. With my late husband on dialysis, it was all paid for. Supplies magically showed up to the house once a month. I told them what I needed. They magically sent it. Truck showed up once a month. And they loaded everything for me. And that included all the bandages and everything else I needed for him. Any antibiotic cream, everything was included. But there was still changes. There was diet restriction changes that had to be made and stuff like that. There was the fact that I was running back and forth. I didn't work a day straight. Because he had hyperbaric chamber therapy. I would work half my day and then have to run out, go to the house, and take care of him. I need to bang on the seam a little bit first. Take him to his therapy session in the middle of the day, and then go back to work and finish my work day. Yeah, see, I would be having a deep discussion and saying, you don't pay, you don't pay, you don't play. You can't stay here anymore. You're not paying bills. You are a burden. Please leave. Change the Wi-Fi password. Yeah. Oop, I just made my fan go stupid. Hi, Terry. You are too nice. I've been in this situation. I had someone living with me. And basically it boiled down to, you have this much time to find your job and be productive. And then you have this much time to save up your money to get the hell out of my house. And when that time came, they were told, bye. That's it. Oh, this is going to be fun turning this baby. Hey, hey, hey. La, da, 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 da. Yeah, no, you guys have to Oh, yeah, I guess it was. Gonna have a good time. Hey, hey, hey. I know what you meant. It sounds like he needs to be told, dude, you got to get up. There's an expression, shit or get off the pot, um, that I grew up with. So yeah, it's like that. I would get a newspaper and pull out the help wanted ads, change the internet password, log any devices out of the internet when you go to work, and put a lock on the fridge and cabinets. I did too, Elizabeth. Oh man, my hands are gonna hate me. Night CPR. This is the hard part of doing all this. Is trying to get these seams to look the way I want them to look. Yeah, see, yeah. Oh, Diana, he wouldn't survive me. Well, heck, Diana's is that good? Diana, I have a house note I need paid. Love you, mean it. Yeah, and if he just up and no showed for a job, he can't get and he couldn't draw anything from that. Yeah, see, that's when you pull out one set of dishes on the counter and lock everything else up. Better yet, get him a set of dishes. Buy one that is a color that you don't have and say, this, since you have a thing about not washing dishes, this is your dishes. And these are the only ones you get to use. You need to wash them. Your mama don't work here, and I'm not your slave. I'm not your wife, and I'm not your child. Oh, sorry. Terry, did I wake you up banging on things? Yeah, see, he would have one set of dishes, and that's all he would be using. Because I've threatened that in this house. Said everybody wants to dirty everything and nobody wants to clean anything. I will buy everybody their own set of dishes, and that's all you will have to use. Sorry, Terry. It just, I have to make it submit and do what I want it to do. So you can tell him that for your own sanity, you have to follow the advice of your counselor, and your counselor has told you that it's time for him to go. I'm your new counselor. Terry, wake up. It's the middle of the damn night. We say 10, 9. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Wake up. Actually, Diana, tell him you need his social security number because you're claiming him as a dependent on your taxes. There's a way you can do that if you have someone living with you and they're not a relative. I've done it before. And usually people get upset when you ask for their social security number. I know I keep disrupting you. Scully's not happy. Sit down and discuss the bills with him in the room. And then ask him if he has any ideas of how to get the bills paid. We need everybody to come up and pay their fair share because we got to get these bills paid. Yeah, see, you wouldn't fall asleep with this on, with me hanging and banging and heaping and hollering and making all this kind of noise. I wake people up. Ask Terry. You need to do it in writing, though. You actually need to write a contract with him and tell him how long he has. No, that's when you flat out ask him. We got to talk about how we got to figure out how to pay these bills, because with you not contributing anything and only spending money, we can no longer sustain the house. So something's got to go. Either you need to contribute or you need to be the thing that goes. And then, Diana, I'm going to say this in the nicest way I can. No taking in strays. I understand the desire to help people. I really do. I've been burned down that aisle before. Three months. Either you're paying a third of all the bills or you leave. A third of all bills, that includes the food bill. I'm mothering Diana now because Diana needs me to mother her. Ha ha. Do I need to talk to Dave? Damn it, Dave. That's what we're going to name him. Damn it, Dave. No more strays. You got enough to deal with now, man. No more strays. Damn it, Dave. Whew. Beating this stuff into submission. And see, I want to do this part before I put this part on it, because that gives me less to deal with and I don't have to worry about breaking any of the teeth on that. Ooh, it's a thicker leather than what you'd normally use for these types of hat is the problem. But it's the right color. You get over there, Scully, behave. You can do it in writing. You have to do it in writing anyway. And then you hand it to him and say, I need you to read this, and then we're going to discuss it Friday when I get home from work. Because that's basically what we did. Because we basically took someone in to stop them from being homeless. They were getting ready to be evicted because they lost their job, and where they were living in the middle of nowhere, they couldn't find a job. But someone also forgot to warn me that it's because the person doesn't even apply themselves to find a job. Yeah, I wasn't told that part. So we took this person in to help them out. And we had conditions. Part of those conditions were they had to be actively looking for a job. Yeah, you tell him he's fucking up your ball purchases. Ooh, excuse me. Excuse my language, folks. I don't say that on here. He's messing up your ball purchases. How can I finish my collection when I'm spending all my money taking care of you and you're not even contributing to this house? You don't even tickle my fancy and I'm supporting you. I'm so hateful, Diana. I know it. I think I've told people before that I am like queen bitch, and people don't realize how much I am. They think I'm sweet, and I don't understand that. Lisa Lee tells lies all the time, saying that I'm sweet, telling all these people she's so nice. Yeah, that's exactly what I did the same thing, Marcia. You know, I didn't know how they were. All I knew is somebody that we had a lot of mutual friends. They lost their job. They weren't able to find another job, and they were getting ready to be evicted from their place that they were their apartment, and they were going to be totally homeless. And I didn't want that for anyone. So, me being the wonderful person I am, said, we have a big house and we have an extra room and we can make this work. And at the time, Lily and the kids weren't living with me. I was living in North Carolina. Lily was married, out doing her own thing. It's funny, I just threw all these things back over here. To get them out of the way. And I'm pulling them back out. So, yeah. And so what I'm saying is I'm not saying because I'm just a bitch. I'm saying because I've been there. Been there, done that. Can write the book about it. Hey, Lisa. Lisa, you heard me talking about you, didn't you? You heard me say that you told lies about me because you said I was sweet and nice. And I'm a bitch. Saying all those nice things about me. Cut me off some pieces of leather here. Yeah, she heard me talking about it. That's what it was. Ouch. Went and gave blood today. Still got writing on my arm. Still got the iodine on my arm where she cleaned my arm with iodine. Yep. That Lisa Lee, you lied about me. You said I was nice. Sorry. That wasn't nice. I can't help it. Oh, that is so not going to fit. I'm going to have to make them smaller. Clipping each one individually. Yep, that's... Try not to clip my fingers. Well, they ask before they use it. They say, are you allergic to blah, 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 iodine, shellfish, that kind of stuff. And if you say no, then you get iodine on your arm. And if you say yes, I have no clue what you get because I'm not there. I don't know what they put on you if you are allergic. I didn't ask because it wasn't important. I think I'm going to like my new organizational things I put in here. Yeah, I should take the Band-Aid off. It's been on there for a while. It's been more than long enough. Topher already took his off. I already took the pressure bandage off of it. just a little bitty polka dot. You can't hardly see it. Just a wee bitty polka dot right there. She was good. It's funny. She goes, okay, you hold still. I'm going to look at this. And the next thing I know, she stuck me. Oh, I've used that stuff before too. I take the Band-Aid off that finger too. That's what they used to give me for my late husband. That was standard supply from the Baxter Corporation when they sent me his dialysis supplies. And if you know anyone on home dialysis that gets their delivery from Baxter, those are some of the best boxes. The Baxter boxes that they send the dialysis solution in, they're not too big that you can actually fill them with books and still pick the box up. And they're a really good size, and they stack well, and they're extremely sturdy. It's been since March of 2008, and I still have Baxter boxes that I use. To this day, I still have Baxter boxes in use. Oh, man. Yeah. Anything dealing with bone marrow is painful from what I understand. Man, I'm going to have to cut these to make them bend better. Yeah, better. Should have cut it on the back side. Yep. Sit here and try not to cut my fingers open, right? Because that would be something really cool to do on stream. Slice my finger open. Oh yeah, that'll make it fold better. That's what I was told. I've never dealt with anything with bone marrow, and I hope I never do. I'll knock on wood over here. But never had to. Hopefully never will. So yeah. Yeah. Hi, Flutter. So Flutter, I do not remember who bought you the key. How many keychains did you get that I made? I'm pretty sure Rosie got you a dragonfly. I think there was a dragonfly in there, right? I sent you a butterfly. And a couple of other random pieces of cheap jewelry that had butterflies on it that I thought you could still use the butterflies to bling something out because... Okay, it was 2 butterflies. I couldn't remember because I know she got a dragonfly for somebody. I can't remember. Oh, that right. It was two different styles of butterfly. I gave you one because I wanted to. And Rosie bought you one of the other style. Seeing flutter through her changes that they're making. And we're just going to keep saying a prayer for everything to go through her body quickly, because changing medications is not fun, not by any stretch of the imagination, no matter what those medications are. We had to force him to take Jeff off of his cholesterol med, because his cholesterol med was causing depression. And when he first told the doctor about it, the doctor's solution was to double it. Now, what I'm doing here, the reason why I'm putting these pieces of leather in there is because these clippies, when you clip them on something for long periods of time, let me see if I can make it do it. I don't know if I'll be able to see it in there. You can see like right here, there's a line across there. It leaves markings. So if I clip it this way, the markings will be on this outer leather and not on this leather. Yeah, and when I had a discussion with Flutter, and I actually looked up some of her meds because that's my industry, and one of them takes like three months or so to wash out of your system. And for some people that doesn't sound like, oh well, what, you just quit taking it. Some medicines you cannot just stop taking it. You have to go through a process of stop taking a full dose, now take a 3/4 dose, take a 3/4 dose for a week, now jump down to a half dose, take a half dose for a week, now jump down to a 1/4 dose, take that for a week. So some of them they step you down on to get you weaned off of it. And then other medications you can just stop and it won't kill you. Some medications, the withdrawals that you will get are severe. You heard Robbie talking about how he checked into a hotel room, curled up in a fetal position, and just sweated it out. He's lucky he survived it. Withdrawals are some of the worst things people can go through. I know the stories of when I went through withdrawals. I remember that period of time in my life. I remember things that happened during that time. I remember the discussion about taking me off of my medicines. I do not remember the time. I remember being on medicine. I remember not being on medicine. The time between those, I don't remember. And it's probably just my brain's way of not dealing with it.
I'm making it now.
Are you making tea as well? Up in the cabinet, the white tins, there's one called Snow White. Terry, you shouldn't have made me take that off. It hurts now. Right there, it hurts where I pulled that bandage off. It's bruised a little bit. Or actually, that might be just the marker, because the lady did marker my arm. She checked both arms to get the best vein and markered it. Try to get some of that marker off. Yeah, and that's, Flutter needs to take as much time as it is necessary to get where she needs to be, because dealing with medication changes and withdrawals and allergic reactions to medications, those are the worst. Those are the worst. And, there's nothing Flutter can do to make it disappear, except follow the road, do what you're told to do. The doctor says, step down the med, then you step down the med. Or if you just quit taking the med, it's going to make you sicker than a dog, step down the med until you get there. And basically, you just have to suffer through not taking the medicine. And there's no other way to put it, because that's what you're doing. You have to suffer through it. There isn't a nice way to put it. And so that means if you just feel like coming on the stream, and if you ever want to come onto the stream so you can talk to people instead of typing, just say so. You don't have to show your face. You can do like me and not show your face. And you can, I don't mind. If you just want to come and sit in the chat and not even type anything, you can do that too. Oh, there are some that do that, Terry. Oh, wait, you're taking, what is it, metformin? Is that what you're taking, Terry? You're taking metformin? Because I think metformin does that. And there's nothing you can do about it. I'm sorry. It's like, so does Jeff. So if Dave farts a lot, now you know why. It's metformin. Yeah. And that's hard. That is absolutely hard when you can't get your medications when you need them. So you're not being able to take them the way you should be able to take them. That's hard. I'm gonna have to beat on this some more. Yeah, well, metformin makes them gassy too. And it's really weird because sometimes the reactions you have to medication have nothing to do with the type of medication it is. Like I said, with Jeff, he was taking a medicine for cholesterol to lower his cholesterol. And it threw him into a very ugly depression. It was ugly. It was an ugly demon. And when he talked to the doctor about it, and the doctor increased the medication, he took it for 2 days. And I stood toe to toe with my husband. And I said, I hate your doctor. And I need you to contact your doctor and tell him you cannot continue on this medicine. What he did was he called his doctor and left the doctor a message that says, I am not taking that medicine any further. You have to prescribe me something else that does not have a statin in it. Statin-based medications are the worst, especially on men. If they prescribe you a statin for cholesterol and you find yourself feeling depressed, Rest assured, it is the cholesterol med. While your cholesterol has absolutely nothing to do with being depressed, the medication, that is a statin-based medicine. So that's going to be, they all end in the word statin, pretty much. Pravastatin, lovastatin, that kind of stuff. But yeah, those statin-based meds, they do a couple of things. They cause ED in men, so erectile dysfunction in some men, and they cause depression in men. I don't know about women. I just know about men because I did research on it when they prescribed it for Jeff, and I started seeing this change in my husband. I researched the statin medications because, yeah, that's what I do. And saw, and for those that don't know, when I said ED, that means erectile dysfunction. And so he contacted the doctor. He went to the doctor. The doctor doubled the dose. 2 days later, I was toe to toe with my husband, telling him I hated his doctor. And he quit taking it. And 2 to 3 days later, he was a totally different man. And you can get them to give you something else. You just have to fight them and tell them, I'm having an adverse reaction to this. I cannot take statin meds. Even throw that allergic out there. Yeah, we didn't have that problem. We just had the problems with the medicine. It was devastating the way it made Jeff feel, and people they act out according to how they feel. So he's feeling a certain kind of way. That means he's acting a certain kind of way. And it was unacceptable. It was not something I could live with. It was horrible. We'll just leave it at that. It was horrible. So we looked at alternative ways to lower his cholesterol. And he started taking niacin. Stop it. There's a certain kind of niacin you can take. It's a slow-acting niacin or something like that. And it helps lower cholesterol. And so he takes that. And a couple of other things. So we went a different route, a non-prescription route, because me offing my husband because of his medicine was unacceptable. Come to Tori's chat. We'll talk about everything. But yeah, you can, if you ever look up statin medications, you will find numerous chat boards or discussion boards where people report in how bad the statins have been for them. Okay, I've got to let this rest. It's gonna be pretty. Yeah, I've never heard of anyone wanting their body wanting to have a certain level of cholesterol. That was wrong. It's the wrong cholesterol. It's too high. So yeah. I was telling everybody when I first came on, I was talking about I got some organization stuff for in here because I was using these, which are actually drink mix containers that I chopped to hold my tools, some of my tools. And when I was at the secondhand store, I came across this little thing and it was only 50 cents. It is originally for pencils, but I think it works pretty well. And so size wise, this way it's almost the same size as one of these. So on my desk, when I'm standing it up, it takes up the same amount of space this way on my desk because everything goes up. And then I set my cutter on top. So it just makes it easier for me. Oh, that's what I did. I rolled through my, so that's my little 50-cent container. I threw my candles because when I put a pattern down and I wipe it with wax, it is literally a tea candle. I take the metal off the tea candle and that's what I use. And so I keep some handy. Yes. So I did that. And then I got two. Let me see if I can lift this up easily without. Yeah. I found two of these little tray things that fit perfect behind my board, between my board and the stand for the monitor. They fit perfect down there. But it allowed me to sort some things and put things in here kind of a little more organized. Some of the things need to find another home, but this is what I was doing for today. But I put like all my glues right here. I got some leather glue and the E6000 glue and some crazy glue. And this is a glue spreader. So if I need to put glue over a large section, I would squirt some glue out and I could spread it with this. So similar to a paintbrush, except it's plastic. And glue doesn't stick to it that much. So I can use it to spread. And my handy dandy spoon that I use for all kinds of things. This is not a crack spoon. This is a demi-tasse spoon. Hi, Jennifer. Oh, I hope you had a good time. But I got two of these. And so I put some Dremel stuff in here. And organizational stuff. And it's stuff that already sits back there, but it was kind of just thrown back there. And then I moved my pencils that were my markers that were only in this zip bag. I only have now the refills in here. And I put the actual ones I'm actively using in here, which are easily accessible. I don't know that medicine. I will know that medicine. And it's really weird because I'm looking it up. Before you know it, I'll be working on a drug study for it or something. I don't know. Huh. It's really weird the things that it's used for, because some of them are like so far not related. Interesting. I'll have to look into that one. And Jennifer said, oh, you mean this stuff? My rainbow threads? I don't know. I don't know why, but for some reason I bought 2 rolls of it because I thought I needed 2 rolls of it, and I didn't need 2 rolls of it. I needed like 1/10 of a roll. So yeah, now, because you saw the hat I finished, right? Ow. Yep. So I'll put it in my cupboard and save it for when someone says, "Hey, can you do rainbow thread?" And I'll be like, "Hey, yes, I can. Yes, why, yes, I can." I'm still not pleased. I'm still going to keep looking for better rainbow thread, because for me, ideally, a rainbow thread should go through all colors of the rainbow in the right order. But that's just me. Oh, I forgot to put this back in in the box. These are blades for my cutters, which I have one there. Where's my other cutter? Oh, there it is. It's the blades for these cutters. This one comes equipped, and I've got another one of these on my table somewhere, unless it's over there at the other table. These come with a nifty little compartment. This one doesn't have any blades in it, but it comes with this nifty little compartment, and you can carry like 5 blades in here. I usually use it to put the used blades in before, and then like I'll empty this out, and then I'll move the dirty blades into here. Because I don't think, I'll wait until I take all the blades out of here. And there's more in here than what'll fit in here. This one, on the other hand, does not have a place to put blank blades. And that's because where you would normally put them is where this blade sticks through, because they have it set up where you can use that as a cutter. So you can hook things like this way through and use it as a cutter, which that's thick for that. So it should be used for like strings and stuff. You can hook it and pull it. Works better if you're using it on a fresh blade. You know, obviously it's not a fresh blade, but you can use it and cut rope and stuff with it. And I think I'm sliding past it. Yeah. You just have to make sure you don't pull it. If you pull it too far this way, you're going past the blade, and you can go up under it. So you have to make sure you're keeping it down toward this piece, and you just pull it. So it's useless. I don't ever use it for any practical reasons. I would rather have the container that holds 5 blades. Jennifer wants a rainbow bright project. You know, with enough time, I can do anything. If things go smoothly, I'll actually be able to pick up a couple more commissions before the end of the year. I'm working on clearing out my list that I currently have. And that is so not what I was looking for. I got to get a skull done as well for John. I need to get in touch with my friend Holly on what she wanted. John. I need to add him to my commission sheet because Leather. I can't spell leather today. And I don't know why. I got this all stitched up yesterday. So that's going to be the front of the hat when I get done. So yeah, that's going to be there. So imagine all the clippy things not there. And this all sewed together. And that's what it'll be. No, these are this is just the way the compression gloves come. These are not a fashion statement. These are to take care of my hands. I have some pains because I'm not a spring chicken anymore. But if I did buy regular gloves, I would, for doing this work, I would have to cut the fingers out. There is no way on earth that I could do this kind of work. I can't do textile work without being able to feel it. I have to be, I would make a terrible nurse or phlebotomist because I could not stick someone with a needle if I can't touch their skin without a glove on. Yeah, love her. I've said leather and got love her from my voice to text. Yeah, okay, Diana. Diana's still being mean to me because I bought the fluorite sphere and she wanted it. She wasn't there when it first got showed, and I said, claim. And then Diana showed up and she missed it. But, you know, Diana and I were at two different ends. I love fluorite. I collect fluorite. I have a collection of fluorite. And Diana likes spheres, balls. And I took it, and I was happy I took it. I was happy that Diana was not there at that moment that I claimed it, so she couldn't claim it before me. You painted a purple and black canvas. Ooh, I want to see your purple and black canvas. And now I'm going to try something new. Um, you know those little display cases? They're black frames and they got the plastic on each side, and we put the little specimens of rocks in them and we close them. And they come with these little stands you can stand them on shelves. I have a lot of those, and I'm afraid I'm going to run out of shelf space for them. So I got this bright idea to buy picture frames and mount them in picture frames. I can connect them with two-sided tape. And then on the back of the picture frame, I can put which numbers, catalog numbers, each one of those rocks are in the order that it is on the front of it. And then I can hang them throughout the house. I have no artwork on my walls. Yeah, they're not that long. And I have had nails most of my adult life. So I type with them. And when my nails are gone, because I do get, these are called S&S, these are dip nails, but they're not real. These are not they're my nails because I paid for them, but they're not my natural grown nails. I am someone who does not have nice fingernails when I let them grow. They will grow and they are very brittle and they break. And when they break off way back where you don't want them breaking. Unlike other people, they'll get a little chip in their nail here and they can just file it out. No, when mine break back into where it's going to make it bleed. So I started early on getting acrylic put on my nails to stop them from breaking. And then I found that my nails grew nice and pretty and long when I did that. So I kept doing it. Now I just don't care if they grow or not. And I'll get tips put on them if they don't, and I'll get them cut the size I want them. And I get it's the dip powder. I am not whitening Scully's teeth. How do you make jade white? You cannot whiten jade. Here, look, there, pretend he does, there. Are you happy? He would look wrong with white teeth. Okay, Elizabeth. Enjoy the important moments. Those are important moments, putting children to bed. Regardless of the age, that's important time. No, I actually, Jennifer, I have such a collections of rocks, crystals, and gems that if my project works of putting those cubes in picture frames and displaying them, then I'm going to get more. And I got these at the secondhand store. They're actually unpainted wood, so that means I can do whatever I want with them. But I'll get more, and I'll hang them on the walls. They're my walls. I paid for them. I will put them wherever I want. And so, yeah, I will have artwork. I will have crystals displayed in every room of my house, hanging on the walls, including the bathrooms. Because I have a lot of small specimens, and some of them are very nice specimens. And I'll just use two-sided tape, which I have clear two-sided tape, to put those squares together. And Kister, are you talking about this? It's cool. This is a here, let me take his little hat off. It's a skull, it's a jade, it's a type of serpentine, but it's also a jade skull. And Diana, who's in here, Diana, Miss Balls lady, said, and for some reason when I unpacked him, I called him Scully. And Diana says, Scully needs red eyes. So I went on a mission and found some ruby red crystals. They're not real rubies. They're not real crystals. They are fake costume stick-on stuff. But I found them in the right size and put 2 of them in there and gave him red eyes. And Marcia and
Putting in metal can go in the fridge, right?
hold on a second. My grandson is coming down here and disrupting me.
Sorry.
So, as I was saying, Marcia and Terry, that's in here, were talking about he needed a hat. And because I make things from leather, I actually I had made some miniature hats. I made this little red one and I had made the purple one. And so I went upstairs and got them. And the red one is just too small for his head. It doesn't look right on him. It like, you know, it's just too small for him. But I do have a smaller skull that I can put the red one on. So I had my purple one and I put some tape in here so it would stick to his head and put it on him. Put some stuff on it so I could shape it. And I shaped it to, I felt that having it point down like the widow's peak on a vampire was most appropriate for Scully. There he goes. I will put some 2-sided tape on his hat to keep it on there because the way I've got it on doesn't work very well. So I put, I gave Scully a hat. And all my crystals are upstairs. My rocks, crystals, gems, stuff. That's all upstairs. I'm in the basement in my leather crafting area. And Diana keeps saying that I need to keep him, Scully, down here while I so that he can be here while I leather craft. And that's another little, Lisa made this one, Lisa Lee of 2 Leaves in a Pod. This is a resin skull. It's purple resin skull. She can do them in different sizes. She can actually do them bigger than these. She does some that are like that big around, big skulls. So yeah. Thank you, Kister. I enjoy making things out of leather. I work with technology all day, and this is a break from that. Yes, Marcia and Diana think I need to leave Scully down here to hang out. I just have to find a place to put him that he's not going to get knocked over and damaged, because he is what he is, you know. He's not a $2 plastic skull. He's a for real rock, you know. I just have to put in my catalog where he's located, so when someone tries to find him, they can find him. When I'm dead and gone and someone's going through my gems looking for him, thinking they're going to make $1 million off of my crystals, which they will not. I put something on the top of my tins because I got tired of looking at Altoid tins. So I put little pieces of leather on them. I thought that looked better. They're still Altoid tins though. Yes, he is our family now. He likes to lay down and watch. He likes to look up at you guys. So there. Oh, I just knocked that clip off. So I am going to move this Garrison cap over here out of the way so those clips can hopefully make the leather do what I want it to do. I will beat on it some more later. And I only have to sew that last piece in. Yeah, but by the time I leave, what rocks are hot might change. I mean, I do have a pyrite that's like this big. I have a huge pyrite I got from Robbie. I went down there. It was one that he got wherever. And I walked in and he said, Tori, you should buy that pyrite because I can't ship it. It's too heavy. And it looked at me and it sparkled. And I was like, okay. Okay. He sparkled at me. Robbie's bad about that. Marcia can attest for that. Robbie's like, hey, look at this. You want it? And he loves showing me stuff that he wouldn't otherwise ship because of the size of it and weight of it. Yes, you are next, Marcia. You absolutely are. I might get the grandkid to give me a piece of cardboard so I can trace this stupid knife. I think I might wind up tracing the knife and wait, Sandra's in here, isn't she? I'm not going to pull that out then. I need to trace that knife that was now you're sending me pictures, Lisa? Where did you send it, Lisa? Hey, Lisa, Flutter's in the room. Lisa Lee sent you a photo. It's dark. I can't hardly see it, Lisa. It needs more light on it for a picture. Oh, wait, let me check my phone. Because my phone, no, it's still really dark. I'm not seeing the purples in it. It's so dark. I can show you what it looks like on here. Yeah, on here. You want me to show it, or were you just sending that for me? Oh, you sent it to me because I said I wanted to see the can. I see. Well, you said it was purple. Purple. Come on. Why is Walmart sending me? No, I'm not. I don't need to create a login. I already have a login, dork. Walmart is being a pain. It was trying to tell me I needed to log in, but I'm already logged in. Oh, I didn't know Walmart had special cash. You buy certain things and you get what they call Walmart cash when you're buying it through the app. And then you use that to buy things. So I didn't know that. Evidently, I've bought stuff. I've have $1.75 of Walmart cash. Yeah, I wish someone would go out to the California beaches and find me some jade and send it to me. If someone sent me the right amount of jade and agates, I would trade them for leatherwork. Welcome back, Elizabeth. Because I have been known to barter my leatherwork. Oh, wait. Marcia bought me a beautiful piece of rock. And I'm making something for her. MZ, Crimson Lizard, bought me some beautiful rock. No, I think it's just too dark for me to see. I'll have to see it later. I have to remember to lean back when I'm doing things because because you guys don't need to see my business on my phone. It's still too dark, but that's okay. I'll see it later. When it's daylight. Lisa, you need to send me a picture from daylight. The gym guy. No, you have to pay for it, Diana. You buy me some gorgeous fluorite, and I will absolutely, you have to pay for it. Not allow me to pay for it myself. No, I have not, Elizabeth. I can. I think I can. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can get to that email on my phone. I can. Okay. I will do that. Now it makes sense as to why she's asking me if I checked my email, because I needed to pay attention to something in it that's time sensitive. Yeah. It's when someone sends you a message that's time sensitive, you have to take care of time sensitive stuff. Ew. Yes, it is. It's better if you speed it up, though, Lisa. That's why I speed it up at 1.5, 1.75 speed. It's the only way I can tolerate it. Interesting. Okay, Elizabeth, that should be done. I know it's going to kill me to actually listen to all those lies and then have to go listen to all her other videos to show where she contradicted her lies. Get permission from Robbie to snip parts of his video to show things that contradict what she is saying. Did he really get a Moodoo doll, Marcia? Oh, he did in fact get a Moodoo doll. Okay. Well then. Uh-huh. You want to see what I got yesterday? Sorry, who's sorry? Marcia, you're sorry? Why are you sorry? Did you tell Robbie to send that to me? I don't think it'll let me do that. There you go. If you want to see it as a smile. He calls it a dolphin. He says that's the face. Oops. That's the face. That's the arch of the back. And that's the tail. You wanted him to get a voodoo doll. No, just an old doll. I started to send him pictures of dolls that I found at the secondhand store today, and I decided just to leave them behind. I didn't want to bring them to my house. Not the Moodoo doll. One of the other dolls. Yeah, I found 3 old baby dolls today. And I really started to I was going to take a picture of them and send them to Robbie and ask him if Scott needed any of them. Lisa, you got that one? You know, I have one with those same 3 crystals on it that he had before. That's one of the reasons why I didn't even touch that one, even though he's like, Tori, and it's like, dude, who do you think got the last one that had those 3 crystals on it? I literally pulled it. I mean, I pulled it up on my phone because I'm downstairs, not upstairs. I pulled it up on my phone and looked at it, and it's like, yeah, dark purple, gray purple, and citrine. I'm not getting 2 of them, Robbie. It's bad enough I just bought another amethyst. An amethyst that I did not need. Just saying. I'm working hard on that. But when he sends me stuff like an amethyst dolphin, hello? But I don't have a dolphin. I do not have a dolphin. Well, I do now. I didn't have a dolphin yet. So technically it wasn't a duplicate because I did not have a dolphin. He'll let you make payments, Lisa. He would definitely let you make payments on anything like that. You know that. Of all the people on earth, Robbie would be like, just pay me some stuff. Pay me some stuff when you got it and you're fine. He knows where you live. Well, he knows that Lisa, well, yeah, he does know where Lisa lives, but he also knows Lisa won't rip him off. The same as Lisa knows Robbie wouldn't rip her off. He knows who would pay the bill even if they got mad at him. If that makes sense. That even if you got mad at him, you'd still pay the bill. He knows who those people are. He does have some that wouldn't, because that's the way they are. My grandson is making dessert. He is using chocolate pudding and vanilla pudding and chocolate chip cookies that he crumbles up, and he's putting it in layers. Yeah. Yeah, Diana. He knows that if something happened, and it would never happen, but if something happened and he and I got on the outs and got in a major fight, if I owe him any money, he's still going to get it. He knows that. Because that's just how some people are. Some people are going to pay their debt, even if they don't like the person they're paying. Yeah, Topher had this idea a couple weeks ago about making some chocolate chip cookies and crumbling them up, and then putting a layer of pudding down and putting a layer of the crumbles down. I think he might put a layer of crumbles at the bottom. I'm not sure. I'll figure it out when I get it some. But layer of pudding and a layer of chocolate chip crumbles and then a layer of pudding again, and he wants to layer it like that. I think because he's waiting for the recipe from some lady named Lisa Lee on some layered dessert that she served us, and he loved it. So yeah. When we went, it was it after Christmas? Yeah, it had to have been when we went down after Christmas last year. Because it was supposed to be me, Ollie was supposed to come, and I think my husband was supposed to come. Yes, I'm calling out, Lisa Lee, where's my recipe? But yeah, it was after Christmas, because that's why she had all this food left over. And she had this big pan of this dessert that she made, that has layers in it. It does have pudding in it, and it's yummy. But she's like, yeah, if you have a pudding dessert, once you cut into it, it kind of slides. And she's like, yeah, it doesn't look perfect, but it tastes really good. And it's like, okay. And Topher was like, oh my God, this is delicious. And when we got closer to leaving, Gabe is like, I can't eat all that, man. You got to eat some of it. And Topher's like, okay. And he got him another bowl. So he ate like 3 or 4 bowls of the stuff while we were there. He loved it. And I got some reasonable dessert sizes, and it was really good. I enjoyed it. That was the first time I made Gabe his own etouffee. We did a homemade ice cream. I want to make some more of it too, because it's really good. It's heavy whipping cream, sweetened condensed milk, and peaches, and a little vanilla. And that's it. You whip up your whipping cream until it comes to stiff points, and I cannot remember the quantities. I'd have to look it up. You whip your whipped cream till it comes to stiff peaks. Then you fold in, you can actually blend the peaches and the sweetened condensed milk together if you want, but yeah. And then you just fold them in together and freeze it, and it makes ice cream. It's a no churn 4-ingredient ice cream. And I have the stuff so I can actually make another peach, but I can also make some chocolate. Tell him to look at Rumi. Tell him to look at Freeloader. Tell him to task Freeloader with that job. Tell him he is welcome to buy one and he is welcome to use it. You can buy it. I'm not using it. If I want one, I'll buy an electric one. But yeah, we just, I have my big stand mixer. We put the whipping cream in and let it go until it, while we're prepping all the other stuff. And yeah, Ollie did it. I sent Ollie the recipe. Ollie did it, and we had ice cream the next. You do have to freeze it for like 6 hours, but that's no biggie. I think if I made it and split it into smaller dishes and then froze it, that it wouldn't take as long to freeze it. So if I portioned it out ahead of time and froze it portioned out, it wouldn't take 6 hours to freeze it. I wonder if you can make watermelon ice cream. I think it would be too watery. Since watermelon is predominantly just water. I've got to paint. I guess I can pull out some paint. And pull out some paint brushes. Because I was going to work on something else, but I'm not going to work on something else because I will not contribute to causing someone undue stress. I got to pull up a picture. I have to pull up a picture. Marsha, where are you, Marsha? Marsha. I cannot find Marsha's text. Marsha. Oh, wait, I know where to find this. No, I don't. Yes, I do. Marsha, oh, right there. Show me Marsha. Thank you. There we go. I'm going to show this picture if you don't mind. So basically what I was tasked with doing is taking this tire cover, right here, and turning it into a keychain. So that is exactly what I'm going to do. I am going to take this. The yellow is not the exact same color. And I started with yellow because that's what I have. I could have started with white leather. I didn't think about that. Is this actually white? Is this supposed to be white here? Because if that's white, I might redo this on white leather and paint all the colors. But is this part white or is it pink? The top of it. So this. To me, it looks pink in this picture, but I'm wondering now if it's supposed to be white. But Marcia sent me this picture of the child, her child's car, right? The tire cover, and said, "Can you turn this into a keychain?" And I'm like, "Well, of course I can, Marcia. I do need brown. I need red. I need orange. Brown, red, and orange. And I do need a pink. That's not a very pinky pink. I might have to touch that pink up to give it a little more oomph. But I went looking and I found a website that had the exact artwork that tire cover was made from. So I was able to download the artwork and print it off and play with the sizing of it 1,000 times until I got it to something that would be workable for me. Oh, hiccup. That's black. That is a beautiful purple color. Just saying, I don't need it for this project, but it's a beautiful purple color. So I'm wondering if that is white, should I not put it on yellow and put it on white leather? Okay, I've got Marcia calling me. Hello, Marcia.
Hello, Todd. I sent you another picture. There is white in it, and then that little archy part right above the hole where the menu is.
Yeah.
It's got white in there. Yeah, the white part.
The very top of it's all white. Okay. So I think I might put it on white leather then. Well, yeah, because if you look, I have all the paints. I have and these are all leather paints. And these will stretch with the leather. Well, they will move with the leather, bend and everything. That's black. And this is the pink, but it's not pinky pink. So I think I'm going to add a little red to it. Oh, this is white. If you look, okay, look at what, yeah. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Can you do that? Can I put you on speakerphone? Okay. You might hear Marcia talking because I have Marcia on speakerphone. But I am not going to put it where you can see Marcia's number because that would be rude. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I realized setting it up right, everybody could see your phone number.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
this is white and this is white.
What? What?
Look at the screen.
Yes.
This is white
This is white.
and
Yes.
this is white.
Yes.
And then there's the blue, the pink, and the little browns in here. Let me see. I got to pull up the screen.
No, those are not. Wait a minute. Those are. There's darker pink, lighter pink, and darker pink.
I don't know what the very center of this is supposed to be.
Blue.
There's this one is blue.
Hang on. I got to get back to you again. 'Cause I had
Sorry.
to look at the picture.
I know you're doing the same thing I'm doing. I can tell that this arch is blue, but this one is covered by the center screw that holds the tire on. So I'm thinking I'll make it brown or dark pink. Yeah.
I think it's dark pink.
I'll make it dark
That little
pink.
dot, I think that dot's dark pink.
It makes sense to make it dark pink.
Yeah.
So these little things around here are alternating dark pink and light pink.
The arch above.
Yeah, it's alternating dark and light pinks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So all the head is red, obviously black outline, which I'll do last.
Yeah.
Portholes are browns.
Yeah.
This is a light orange.
Oh, see the tail?
The tail, yes, is white.
Yeah, way out there, the big piece is white.
Yeah, this is white.
No, that's the nose, the tail.
This is the tail. I just moved it to the tail. You got to remember you're on lag. The Facebook is on lag. I mean, YouTube is lag. So this is the tail. That's white.
Yeah, the bigger piece is white. Yeah.
Yeah, that and that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I'm gonna do.
Do you think I asked the grandfather upstairs if we have any longer DMI cord?
You can ask him, but I don't think we have another HDMI cord any longer than that. Why?
Because the way I want to do my setup, I can't.
You know the red tub that has my monitor in it?
Yeah.
Check and see if there's a longer HDMI cable in there.
Okay.
Because I don't need long HDMI cables.
Cool. If you do, I will give you one that's way smaller than this one.
Yeah.
Because I have one way smaller.
I need one about this long. 4 feet. Actually, I don't even need it that long, but I'm on stream and I've got someone on my phone that I'm talking to as well.
I think if I hold it like here, the end of it, maybe here or here.
That'll be fine. I can make do with it. Marcia's on the phone.
Hello.
Hi, Topher.
Hi. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
That's good to hear.
So yeah. So that I can see that that's white. And that for real is white. And
Yeah.
these alternate different colors of pinks.
Yep.
And I'm going to make the little dot that's down here that you can't see. I'm going to make it the same as this pink here, this darker pink.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
And then that's red, brown. This is a really light orange because this is yellow. This is a really light orange. So I'm going to actually do some color mixing. I'm going to start with the yellow and do a dot.
Yeah.
Because up here it's a little darker orange.
Right.
And so I'll just mix it myself.
Okay.
And that one there too. Because I don't want to use this level orange. I could probably just add a little white to it and get away with that one.
Right.
But this one is more of a yellow orange.
Right.
So I'll mix the yellow and the orange together to make that.
Right.
So, yep. I'll just make sure I make enough so I don't have to do it twice.
Twice. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
then I got that blue hide. I showed you that blue, yes.
Yes.
Then I'm going to put it on. I think that's going to be. Let me see something. It's not the exact blue, but it's
It's that damn close. Doggone close.
it'll serve the purpose.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to print off a couple of more copies of this so I have some more to work with.
Yeah.
Yay. But this is going to be fun.
Yeah. She's gonna die because when she gets back from Europe and near the beginning of August, it'll be here.
You want to know what else you're going to get?
What?
Mimi's mom made a rock for me.
Oh.
I've sent the artwork to Robbie and said, see, send this to Mimi and ask if Mimi's mom could make me a special rock. I'll pay for it. And
What?
I sent her the picture. I clipped the picture and sent her the picture of the back of the car, the tire cover, and she found a pseudo round rock, and she did it.
Oh my God, my daughter's gonna be dying because see, her car's gonna be here.
And so you can just put the rock on the dashboard.
Yeah, I'm gonna put hand her the keychain and the rock will be on the dashboard along with all the ducks she has up there.
I just have to get Robbie to actually ship the rock to you.
Yes. Okay. Let me know when it's finished.
It is. She sent me a picture of it. You want me to show a picture on stream?
Yeah, sure.
I will show you. She sent it to me and she goes, "Is this what you were wanting?" And I'm like, yeah.
My daughter's gonna go crazy.
You know, it's not exactly 100%, but I think she'll get the idea.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, they're working with a smaller surface than I am.
Right. Oh, that is so cute.
So she's going to have the whole thing.
Oh, she.
Uh-huh.
She's going to absolutely go crazy.
It's like, haha, you got a rock too.
Yeah, that'll be her welcome back from the Europe thing.
Good night, Terry.
Oh.
Okay, Elizabeth, I don't stress on stuff like that. Very few people have cheated me, so knock on wood. I do reach behind me and knock on my sewing machine table because it is wood. Take this off of here because I had multiple options to work on.
Yeah.
And let me find my tracing paper. I bought a huge pack of tracing paper just for this project.
But now you have it in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is at least a 10-second lag.
Yes. That way you can do something if someone does something naughty in your stream.
Yeah, right. Oh, it's gonna be so thrilled with this.
Yeah, these kind of projects they make me giggle.
Yeah.
Because it's like this surprise.
I sent the picture of the whole car, didn't I?
No. I'm on stream.
It says yellow submarine on a car.
Oh no, you only sent me a picture of the back of it.
Yeah, that's what the symbol is, the yellow submarine. But on the front of the car, she has yellow submarine on the car.
Oh wow. This is
yeah.
And see, doing little sneaky things like this just tickle me.
Yeah. She's gonna go nuts when she sees this. Oh. She's gonna love this.
Is she gonna love getting a rock?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It'll be up there with her ducks because Jeep drivers.
Yes, they have this thing about dropping rocks off at ducks for each other. Why?
And her whole front dashboard is full of ducks.
Do we know why they do that? Do we know why they do the ducks? Did I lose Marcia?
Hold. You know what?
What?
Yeah. Hang on.
Okay.
Give me a second, please.
Yep. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay, there. They give ducks when another Jeep driver will give a duck when they like the other Jeep.
But what's the why? I mean, is there a why? How did it start?
It just started with it just started.
Someone, that's all they had to say, I like it, and they stuck a duck on there.
Yeah.
And then it stuck, someone else did it, and there you go.
Yeah, it just grew.
Weirdos. But I think it's cute that she has the yellow submarine, and now she's gonna have the keychain of the yellow submarine, and then she's gonna have a rock, and
Oh yeah, and her. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you have to understand. Her husband knows he doesn't get to drive her car, but he's going to have to drive it when he brings the dogs down.
oh,
And when he picks her up and stuff. So it's going to be here for a few weeks.
oh wow.
So she knows that. She told him he better not hurt her car. Yeah.
Lisa's always talking about unicorn jizz.
Yeah.
I don't have unicorn jizz, but I do have unicorn spit. It's a gel stain. It's a brand.
Oh.
It is a brand of gel stain that you can use on wood or leather. And I have several of them. And these happen to be very, oh, you can't see it on there. They're glittery. These are very, very glittery. Let me find something. Scrappy. There's a piece of Scrappy.
Are you saying let me find something?
Yes. I was talking to myself. I talk to myself all the time on a regular because
Okay.
I don't know why. You can't see the glitter in it.
Maybe when it dries.
But it is a gel. And it'll stain leather. I've actually stained leather with it before. But I've seen people use it on wood. And I've seen them use it on leather. My grandson is standing here like the proud delivery boy with all my mail.
It's not yours.
It's not mine?
No.
Whose is it?
No one that belongs here.
You see?
It came in.
Let me see.
It came in the case. Not the case, but
What did this come in?
the thing that we just got me.
The file cabinet we just got you.
Yeah.
Okay, I will see if I can find the people, because this is financial information.
Yeah.
I just bought my grandson a second. We went to the secondhand store and bought a file cabinet for him.
Yeah.
And
Oh dear.
I have financial information for people that had it before him.
Oh dear.
So I will try to find them and deliver it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's why.
Somebody was crazy and didn't take it out.
Did you finish my dessert?
Cookies are cooling.
Did you make me tea?
No. I was gonna make that when I brought you down dessert.
No, tea now.
Patience.
And make sure you're making Snow White tea.
Patience. I'm not worried about that right now.
I am. I've been waiting for my Snow White tea.
I'm setting up my.
It should have apple flavor to it.
I'm setting up my desk right now.
So, okay, let me make this one happen the same way I did the other one. I also bought, when I bought all my stuff to, yes, Kendra would like my unicorn spit. When I was buying my storage things to organize my desk, I also bought a bin and I keep my tapes in it so that I can quit looking for tape. It'll be sitting right here next to me. I'm trying to get organized a little bit to make it a little easier. Don't know how successful I'll be, but
Yeah.
ADHD, what can I say? It's a thing. It's real. And it can be devastating. A lot of people don't realize how devastating ADHD can be.
Oh yeah.
It's
I can't believe something. I can't believe you something
what?
that you didn't log down who got what of your stuff.
What do you mean?
You said you couldn't remember if she got a butterfly.
Oh,
or
yeah.
a-
I have it. I didn't pull it up. And
Oh,
we
okay.
those were also like on the fly stuff, really. Like I was actively making stuff and it was like my phone would go off and I would look at it and it would be like, you got money from Rosie. And it would say, make flutter a butterfly. And so I made a butterfly. So I actually have the documentation of it. I just didn't have it like here. And I was making butterflies and dragonflies, and I couldn't remember. I knew she got butterflies, but I couldn't remember if she also got a dragonfly. But
I'll let you go so that you can be back to the normal thing.
Yep, and I'm gonna trace this off and make it beautiful.
Okay. Sounds perfect.
Just what you want to hear.
Yep.
Oh, that thing got stuck in there. Okay, I'll see you back online.
Talk to you later.
Yep, bye.
Bye.
Yay. Got these little tools. That one looks like a good find one. Yeah. Let me make sure I can get this to scribe off correctly onto this leather. If I do this. No.
Ow, my hand hurts.
What were you pounding on up there?
Cookies.
We have other things you could use instead of your hands, right?
Mom.
We have a hammer up there.
That might poke a hole in the bag.
Turn it sideways. Instead of using it like this,
I never really thought about doing that.
turn it sideways where it's flat. Yeah, so now you learned a lesson.
Well, it's already.
The other pudding is made too?
Yeah.
It's upstairs in the fridge? Awesome.
There just wasn't any room for this one up there, so.
So what are you calling your dessert?
I don't know. I was mostly going off of what Lisa gave us.
Did hers have cookies in it?
No. I don't think so, at least.
See, it's that Lisa Lee. She didn't give us that recipe.
Exactly. So,
Topher's making up his own stuff now.
I mean, hopefully it'll come out good.
We'll know when we get it.
I might just put everything in this pot and just serve it
No,
after mixing it.
no, layer it.
Either way, it's coming out in a goop. I bit my tongue and hit my knee. That hurt.
I'm sorry, Topher. Topher's over here beating himself up. Hopefully this scribes off okay. I need to check. See if it's coming out okay. Or if I need to put it on a harder surface. Yep, see, it's not scribing. Tracing paper is not working. It bites. That's why last time I had to put it on here. Oops, let me stick that one back up here. That's my reference document. My reference photo. Move this stuff over here into this tub. A label because somebody wants a label accompanying things. This is what I had to do last time because this is a harder surface than this one. Did you scribe it that time? Enough that I can see it. Yes. Is that a hair in there? Yes. Tori hair in there. Because every project is prone to having long purple hair. I honestly believe that some of the things I have made people might have my hair in it. It says it's good. You can use it on wood, glass, fabric, stone, ceramic. I just know it works on leather because I tried it. It says test it first. Apply it. Let it dry. Don't use foam brushes. They're not recommended. So yeah. Good night, Elizabeth. So you can use it on other stuff. I wonder sometimes if I am leaving hair behind. I have not had anyone complain, claiming to have found hair in their item. But we shall see. And I will be painting this from the inside out, because it'll probably stay on this board while I'm painting, which means I can turn it as I go. Yeah, when I sit down, if I don't move my hair, I can sit on my hair. I measured it last night, and I think it came out to like 36 inches from the very top of my head to the end of my hair. And I only measured it because Lisa said hers was 4 foot long. Yeah, we can't help it. It's not our fault. The thing is that we lose the same amount of hair as everybody else. It's just that most of the world has hair under 18 inches, under 12 inches. And we have long hair. 500 of my hairs versus 500 of Jeff's hair. Jeff's hair is like this. 500 of his hair is not going to be that big. 500 of my hair, which are 36 inches long, they might take up a little more space. I have not had headaches from my hair since I quit putting it in ponytails all the time and using hair clips and everything to put it up. What I do is I just tie my hair in a knot on top of my head. If I have a hair band in my hair, like these things, I'm not putting all my hair up at one time. If I had not fried my hair when I did 10 years ago, my hair would be down to my knees. But I had bleached my hair, not fully bleached, but used a bleach on it to lighten it up. And I put color in it because I have a lot of gray hair and I wanted to cover up the gray. And what I didn't pay attention to was that the brunette color I got was a burgundy base. And what happened was my hair attached to that burgundy color. All of my gray soaked up the burgundy aspects of it. And basically I had purple hair. And I worked in an office where you could not have unnatural colored hair. So my purple hair was unacceptable. So I went to to Sally's to have it, to get advice on removing it. And the lady gave me advice on how to remove it. And basically what she gave me was bleach. Okay, so what do I have here? I'm going to show this off. This is what Topher came up with. It has chocolate pudding and vanilla pudding and cookie crumbs. So this is what he said that dessert is. Chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, and cookie crumbs. And it's tasty. It is very tasty. And this bowl is going to go back in the fridge with my name on it because there's no way I can eat all that. Hmm?
Are you still streaming?
I am. And I'm showing off the dessert that Topher made me.
Very interesting.
Remember when we went down at Christmas and Lisa had that pudding dessert? And Topher ate like lots of it.
I don't remember. That was December.
That's been in his brain and he can't remember how to make it. He can't remember what all was in it. So this is what he came up with.
Interesting.
Yes. My grandson made chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, and chocolate chip cookies
Go back in your room.
because he couldn't remember how to make the one you did.
No, sir.
He said you didn't give him the recipe, so he made this instead.
It's good.
Oh, is that what it is? It's graham crackers, and he put you just layer the graham cracker down like it's a lasagna noodle. He knew there was something in there. He made chocolate chip cookies and crumbled them up. He baked the chocolate chip cookies, let them cool, then crumbled them up and put them in it. Which it's still tasty.
Yeah, it is very tasty.
I'm gonna have to put this in the recipe book. I don't know what we're gonna call it. Okay, let me. Oh, I didn't want to. I wasn't trying to show it. I can't copy a message from there. I have to. Copy the text. Because my phone is plugged in, I can actually paste this text right to him. Let me choke myself. Yes, Lisa, and see what I have? I don't have unicorn jizz, but I have unicorn spit. But he was trying to remember what it was. He couldn't remember it, so this is what he made instead. So I don't think he did a bad job just making it up. He remembered the two kinds of pudding. It does have glitter in it. It's a gel stain. Let me switch way I can see. So it is a gel stain. And this one is the one with, it's called Sparkles. And so it does have, and it's hard to see. There you can see a little bit of it. And it's different colors. These are the colors I have. And this one is fuchsia. And somewhere I have a yellow as well. I do have a yellow as well. Somewhere. But I'm real bad about using paint for a project and forgetting to put it back where it's supposed to be. I'm really bad about that. So we'll put your recipe in the recipe book and then put the Topher variation. Replace the graham cracker with crumbled chocolate chip cookies. Oh, my sinuses are going wacko. No, unicorn spit is not cheap, and that's why I don't have a full set of it. Because when I first found it, I started looking at all the colors and didn't pay attention to the price. Oh my goodness, I got tea. I got tea. I sent you texts because that Lisa Lee decided to send the recipe. Graham crackers.
That's what it was graham?
Mm-hmm. So it's graham vanilla, graham chocolate, graham vanilla, and crumbled grahams on top. What?
How is it?
It's good. Yeah.
FBI
So yeah, we can do the Oh, he wants me to mute real quick so that he can yell for his mom so she can hear him. Hold on. And he brought me my tea. This is one of the Harney and Son teas I got. It's Snow White, and it's supposed to have apple in it. And they come. Ow, I burned myself. He always leaves the paper on my tea bags, and I hate that. And drops it in my cup. But they come in these strangely shaped tea bags. They're kind of like a pyramid. So yeah, Snow White is supposed to have apple flavoring with it. So I'm wondering if this is going to taste like an apple pie. Tea that tastes like apple pie. We'll find out. And yes, I do drink a very large cup of tea at night. I'm going to have to get him to put this in the fridge without the spoon in it. Topher?
Yep.
Will you put plastic wrap over this and put my name on it, put it in the fridge? I can't eat it all.
I can't bring her tea and she's already done with hers. That's what I see. Look.
Do not put the spoon in the fridge,
Okay.
but just put something.
No, there's still half.
Okay, but I don't want to throw it away because I'll eat it tomorrow
Okay.
with lunch.
It's too good.
We gotta, we
It's too good.
gotta make sure to hide it. Someone might eat it.
I'm not gonna eat it.
Mm-hmm. You devoured this like no.
Did you let Jeff have some?
I took him up.
Okay.
Oh, well, not yet actually.
Don't give him as much.
Sugar.
Yeah, we'll make it next time with the way Lisa makes it. What we're gonna do, Topher, I was talking to Lisa about this. We're gonna put her recipe in the recipe book, and then underneath it, we're gonna put the Topher variant, which is replacing the graham crackers with
Cookies.
with chocolate chip cookies.
See, I like it both ways. They're both really good.
Yeah.
So
There you go. Having a variety is that's the way to do it, right?
well, if Lisa wants, she can try this now.
Yeah. Well, she's right here, so she can try it. She knows that she knows what you did, so she might try that next time.
All I gotta do is buy cookie dough, crunch them up.
Well, you got to bake them first.
Well, yeah, bake them first, then crunch them up after they cool.
Yes, because he did bake the cookies
That was the longest part, basically.
before he started this endeavor.
I actually put the oven on to preheat, then made pudding. And while the oven was preheating, that's when I started doing cookies.
He's smart like that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I think this worked. It is ghosted on here. It is kind of gray on here, but it's on here. I can see it. Some of them didn't come out as bright as I wanted them to, but that's okay. I can fix that because I have pins. So now Topher's excited that all he did was mess up which cookie it was. Oh, is this one almost done? Here we go. And I guess if you're a butterscotch person, you could use chocolate and butterscotch pudding too. I grew up, my mother used to make a lot of desserts with chocolate and butterscotch. And she would layer the chocolate and butterscotch. If anyone goes in there and can actually type, tell her I challenge her to a discussion on my live.
Yours is up in the fridge.
Where we can go through all those
Oh, yeah.
private videos to show what was actually said.
Oh, this wasn't it, was it?
This wasn't it.
This wasn't.
No, it's down here.
So I wanted to take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm not showing it on my live right now because they have someone in there that has a PTSD thing associated with these things.
That's right.
And somewhere I dropped the covering for it. I think it's like over there.
Right here.
And so we don't.
That's right.
initiate or instigate.
Okay, yeah. This is. You
If-
hear me? This is nice.
Yeah, the handle is not.
Yeah. So.
So what you're saying is because of the handle, you would not steal that knife if you had the opportunity to.
Yeah, basically. Would you like it back in there or over here?
Okay, is hers over? Oh no, she's still on. Lies and wrong information. So you're going to go live? That's fine because I can log off. I've been on for 5 hours. I can finish tracing this off. I can do some testing on mixing paints. I don't need to do that online.
Would you like this over there or back in the cabinet?
Over here because I'm going to trace it. I need a piece of cardboard big enough to trace it on.
Sheath as well or no? Nope.
No.
No.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead, since I've been on for 5 hours, I'm going to go ahead and end this live. And while I'm offline, or actually I'll be watching Lisa's, I'm going to finish tracing this. And then I will play with some mixes of paints to figure out what I need to get the colors I want. Come up with some proportions of one dot of this, 2 dots of that type thing, to figure out my coloring that I'm going to be doing on here.
That big enough? Or do you need it thicker?
I think your mom needs that circle. So let me finish this. So let me wrap this up first. So shortly we're going to pop on over to Two Leaves in a Pod, but normally we go over to Two Leaves in a Pod on Tuesdays and Thursdays between 9:30, 10 o'clock. Tuesdays is when she does chit chat news and stuff like that, along with sometimes game night. Thursdays is when we do chit chat news and sales. And on Friday nights at 7:30, we pop over to Get Swamped. We listen to what's been happening on the farm, what's going to be coming up on the farm, if he's acquiring any new critters. Any questions that Mimi's mom, Kim, pulls up and sends him. All right, Marcia, I will see you later. Talk to you later. And he answers questions, opens his mails, then moves into a sales. Right now, it's predominantly rocks, crystals, and gems. And he has some amazing pieces that he gets. He has things from $8 pieces of jewelry or agate slices up to $400, $500, $600, $700. So he has a wide variety. He has spheres, towers, raw pieces, free forms, just a whole variety of all the different ones. He tries to have different price points to try to accommodate the majority of the people. So stop on over there on Fridays and see us. And when time permits, you will see Stacy Northern Aurora Treasures pop on and selling some rocks, crystals, gems, 3D printed wonderful things. When she can get them, she opens the oysters and gets the pearls. That's really cool. I've got some of her pearls. I love them. And often with her, you will find our Flutter Yo selling some some things as well, including some that are local to where she lives, including the wonderful Uper lights. And on Wednesdays at 8:30, you can catch some jewelry sales over at Elizabeth's Handmade Jewelry. She does some little things up. And the one we like watching opening things because she gets so much of it is Diana. She does a lot of unboxing videos. And I didn't say that Flutter Yo also has a lot of videos related to fishing. Or you might catch Flutter walking through the woods picking up rocks, because she does videos with that as well. So pop on over to these channels, subscribe, watch the videos, like them, comment on them, keep things going. And I am going to sign off. Today is Sunday. Tomorrow is Monday. I will be streaming tomorrow about 5:30, 6 o'clock, as soon as I can get off work. I want to see how far, if I can pound on that hat again tonight, see if I can put the last stitches in it tomorrow and spend a little time shaping it up. And then we'll move back to this. So I'll be jumping between the two until I finish that one. And then we'll go between this one and the next one. One of them I was going to do online, but I don't think I might be able to do it online without an issue. So we'll see. So that'll be all for now. And I will, blessings to all and prayers for all who need them. Be kind to yourself and others. And I will see you hopefully over at Two Leaves in a Pod in a little bit. So bye for now.